which broadcast to different channels, and that was sort of a bit tricky. So we don't know if that's going to actually work, and I'm not able to really see even our own live stream, so I'm not even sure whether we're actually live yet. So let's see. Anyway, I just wanted to. Can you see if we're live, Didi?
As far as I know, we're live now.
I mean,
it seems that way.
But can you actually see?
On Restream, it looks like we're live.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just take it for granted. It's just that I cannot see our actually live stream, so I can't actually see if anybody's talking in the chat. So anyway, are you able to send me a link to the live stream on YouTube?
Holly says hello.
Okay.
Holly says hello.
Okay, great.
Hi, Holly.
Hi, Holly. So, if you could send me, Didi?
What?
If you could send me...
I don't know what it is, sweetie.
You don't know what the link is?
No.
Oh.
because it's through Restream.
Yeah.
I don't know what the link is.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I won't be able to see what anybody's saying, which is weird because just before I could actually see the live stream, so that's sort of odd. But anyway, anyhow, so we might just that's going to be a little. We might have to start this again, Didi, because if I can't see what people are saying, it kind of defeats the purpose of having a chat, doesn't it?
Well, yeah.
Oh, hang on. No, it's there now. It's there now.
Is it there now?
There's something
Okay.
about my YouTube that it seems to take ages to actually show what's happening at the same time.
Well, I'm going to look at the beautiful sky of Morrowind.
Yeah. So maybe until I sort out what's happening with I will. Hang on a second. So how are you going, Holly?
We're trying something new. We're doing restreaming.
Yes. Yeah, restreaming. We thought if we tried it out on a few platforms and see how that if that works out, and of course with everything it's kind of always a bit tricky.
It's new tech. Holly says YouTube has been misbehaving.
Has it? Oh.
Trish?
Yeah, has it? Why is that?
Holly said YouTube has been misbehaving.
Yeah, and
yes, it has.
And how has it been misbehaving?
She says, Jera's there, and she says hello. Hola, Jera. And Holly says, I'm okay, Trish, how are you?
Really good, thanks. Very good. And no, but I was just wondering if Holly could mention how YouTube's been misbehaving. Of course.
I think she may have been saying that we're saying that it's misbehaving.
Oh, I see. Right. Oh, anyway, I can see us on.
Can you see the chat now?
I can see that we're on. We're on Twitter. That's nice, and
up underwater. Whoops.
And we're on Twitch. So that's all very nice. That worked out okay. So please excuse the clumsy beginning to this. We were just trying to, see if we could broaden things out a little bit, and it seems like it's worked so far. Thank you, Didi, for your tech wizardry. Didi's so clever at tech stuff, and she's not functioning on all cylinders because she had an operation. It was a minor thing that she had done to her foot, but of course she had to have it under a anesthetic, and it's also cutting into your foot. So she's got loaded up on painkillers. So you never know what's really going to come out of Didi's mouth.
No.
She's been cursing like a sailor.
Yeah, I have. I've been a sailor too.
So anyway, so she's doing incredibly well considering she is dosed up on very strong painkillers.
Holly said that she's had to refresh a lot. I think that's what
Oh,
was the
really?
problem with
Oh, okay.
her thing.
So let us know if the actual audio is okay, and also let us know if the audio is okay, and if it's actually problematic with buffering or anything like that, because there's no point in doing this if it's going to be a problem for people on YouTube in particular. So anyway,
Anyway,
I just had Alia visiting me before, and she looked like she was trying to sit in my lap, but it's impossible to sort of type while she's sitting in my lap sometimes, and she doesn't like it if you accidentally poke her while you're doing something, does she, Didi?
no,
She gets a bit
no.
stroppy. So anyway,
Holly, yes, painkillers are not
yeah,
a lot of
painkillers are fun.
They
Hey, Jera.
cut a little bit of bone that was rubbing on my muscles out of my ankle, and so that's what's happened for me.
Yeah, and
Happy.
yeah, like Didi it was really affecting her walking. So not badly, but it was basically this little spur was rubbing against the inside of your foot and actually causing sort of swelling sometimes. Hey, and it was difficult. Yeah. Excuse me. So anyway, it's been a how's things been for everybody? And just before I came on, I noticed a very sad thing. Jackie Lookman from, I think it's Black Power Media, but also Black Alliance for Peace. Her husband died, and they did sort of podcasts together before they I think I noticed that she was on the Real News for a while, and then maybe she's still doing that. I think it was the Real News network, and then she was also doing stuff on. And then just recently, I think like 3 days ago or something, her husband died, and what a terrible shock, because they were sort of I don't know, they just it looked like they did everything together, and it was just sort of incredibly sudden, it looked like. I don't know, maybe he had long-term health issues. I don't really know much about his history in that regard, but anyway, it's just very sad news, and I hope that she is able to get through this really difficult time.
Anyway, I've just changed the light intensity because Jera was saying that the picture was dark.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's probably due to sometimes in Morrowind it kind of
dark.
Yeah,
especially when you're in the water or something like that.
At night time and stuff like that, it gets pretty dark. And I can't remember his actual.
And Holly said bone spur, yikes. Yes, it's a bit of a yikes. Not much fun.
Let's see. I'm just trying to find that man's name, because I just don't know it off the top of my head. I know Jackie Lookman, but but I'm not really familiar with her husband's name. Let me see. Abdus, I think his first name was. Anyhow, I hope it wasn't sudden for her, because that'd be such a terrible shock if it was really, really sudden. Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
It's sort of it's bad enough when it's that somebody has a long-term illness, let alone something that just happens like that.
Yes.
So where exactly are we?
We're in the
Anyway.
underworks, in the foreign quarter of Vivek. And somebody told me about a mysterious bunch of killings, and they said that they would give me a reward if I could figure it out. And there's supposed to be a woman with a dagger in one of these areas.
What's a dagger?
A dagger.
Oh, a dagger.
dagger.
Sorry.
I'm just not speaking very clearly, obviously. Okay. Oh no. Maybe I need to jump in here. And so that's where I am. I'm sitting here swimming around. It's very dark on yours, isn't it?
Oh no, that's
Is
just
it
the
still very
TV.
dark?
That's kind of not surprising. On my screen here, actually, it's actually pretty good, Didi.
Okay.
I think so. Anyway, it's probably nighttime in Morrowind right now, isn't
Well,
it?
yes, and I'm in the basement,
Oh, okay.
in the sewerage areas.
Yeah. Was it a bone spur, Didi? You on your foot?
Yeah, kind
Hey,
of.
Ginny, how are you? Ginny's here. Nice to see you.
Hi. I haven't seen you in a long time.
It's funny. I was just talking to Diana on Twitter, and she was sort of thought that we didn't realize our little test runs were on private, and I mentioned to her that we were going to be running late, but I better tell her that we're on now. Anyway,
Yes.
so this is in Vivek, is it?
The what?
Didi, this is in Vivek.
We're in Vivek, yeah. She has whole lots of stuff. Fancy stuff. Ooh ah.
How have you been, Ginny? It's long time no see. Anyway, it was just recently, after I did that video about status quo, somebody mentioned to Jordan Chariton that I'd done this video, and he gave a nice shout out at the end of a live stream a couple of days ago, and a few of his followers, few of Status Quo followers have come to join the channel. Actually, it looked like there was about 30 people, and so I just wanted to, if you're watching this after the fact, I just wanted to welcome you and say thanks for joining, and it's very nice to have people come along. Oh, hi Jeffrey, how are you?
Hi, Jeffrey.
No lipid.
We're back, but we're intentionally here now instead of unintentionally here like we were before.
All the big pharma, Jeffrey, are all problematic. All of them, not
Yeah.
just Pfizer. We have in Australia here. We have the choice. I'm not sure. I don't know if you are against vaccinations. Period, but I'm not. I'm for safe vaccinations. But if, like in Australia, we really have like two choices at the moment, and they've actually relegated people who are over 60 to take AstraZeneca,
Was
but
over
before it
50
was over
until
50, and so that meant that cancelled me out. And I don't really particularly, I'm not that fussed about AstraZeneca, because if I had a choice between two vaccines, and that's the choice we have, and one is, even if it was only 18 out of a million people got those blood clots which can cause a stroke in your head or disable you and all that kind of thing, which is AstraZeneca, right? Or Pfizer, which seems to have less things like that, less adverse outcomes that we know of course. This is, it's all a bit of a gamble in the end. But out of those two, I would go for Pfizer. But the government has been trying to kind of force people, up until just recently, force people over 50 to take AstraZeneca, and I would, like I said, if I had a choice between these two vaccinations, I would choose Pfizer. And so I'm not in any rush to want to go and get AstraZeneca. And that's the bottom line. And so, but I think they're actually realizing that there are a lot of people in Australia that don't really want to take AstraZeneca, and so they're realizing they need to get more Pfizer in, or get what is it, Novavax in.
Novavax.
And I don't know,
yes.
of course,
Or Moderna.
Australia being just a lackey of the US empire, anything that is related, any vaccines that are related to Russia or China, like a Sinovax or Sputnik, they don't want to entertain, which is really unfortunate. And that's the ridiculousness of this whole thing. Before all this pivot to Asia thing, Australia would have been just fine with receiving Sinovax, I think. Although Big Pharma has still got its is basically trying to, different Big Pharma are trying to be the one, like Pfizer. So unfortunately, it's really hard because of that to trust a lot of some of the things that come out about different things, isn't it, Dee?
It is.
It
is.
So anyway,
basically, like, we're pretty leery of the AstraZeneca, just because they're saying, oh, it's not safe for this bunch of people and it's not safe for that bunch of people, but all the old people can have it.
Yeah. Doesn't it make you feel good, Dee?
Yeah.
When they just kind of write old people off. It's like, who cares if you get a stroke? Who cares if you have a stroke over it? You're going to die soon anyway.
Yeah, and besides, you're probably not working.
Yeah, you're probably not working, so what you say.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the sad thing about...
We've got to make sure that the working population gets this vaccination, but the old people can have that one.
Yeah. So it makes you feel all warm inside when you know that the government doesn't really, and also AstraZeneca is cheaper, much cheaper, I think, than Pfizer. And that's another reason they bought a whole bunch of it, didn't they, Dee?
Yeah.
And they're trying to pass it off now. So anyway, Jarrett, if you wouldn't mind letting Diana know. I'm sorry, I thought I was speaking to Diana on Twitter, so I'm sorry. I'm a little bit tired too today. We've been doing a lot of running around and stuff, and for some reason I've kind of Dee out.
Whoops.
Dee tired on drugs, and I'm sort of just tired.
I'm tired on drugs, yes. Yahoo.
Yahoo. Anyway,
and Jera says, that was me who wondered about the test, and you just sent me Diana's message.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No
big
deal, just saying.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If
Holly protested in front of Pfizer's office.
What's that?
Holly was protesting in front of Pfizer's offices.
Oh, really? Right now?
No, I think early. I don't think she's doing it right now.
Well, she could be. She could be online, but protesting.
She could
be. She could be.
Yeah, that's pretty unlikely.
Oh no, you can just have your phone there. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Anyway, so sorry if anybody was mixed up with our little. We actually put it on private when we were doing the YouTube live stream, didn't we, Dee?
Yeah.
Just to sort of when we were trying out Restream, but it turned out
Restream overrides
overrides
whatever settings you have on
Yeah,
on
so
YouTube.
that's always fun.
Yeah.
Anyway,
But,
this is kind of this is kind of fun. Having it on Twitter, mind you, nobody's watching it on Twitter.
yeah,
Always a good thing.
always a good thing.
Um,
Anyway,
I might even
it's
share
just
that
sort of-
on. Let's see.
At least it works like this.
What's that, Diddy?
At least this works.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great.
Okay. And
It's kind of fun.
yeah, what else has been going on lately?
I'm just opening up the chat, the
Mostly
live
just-
chat, and the
yeah.
Morrowind thing, and
I was thinking more in
Will
the
be-
world.
huh?
I was more thinking in the world.
In the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. Well, there's some things going. There's been a few things going on, but I mean, the thing about Biden saying what kind of country interferes with other people's elections, other countries' elections and stuff. I mean,
Yeah, what a joke
I mean,
that is.
what an unbelievable joke.
I mean, for the United States to say that, it's just
Yeah,
such hypocritical crap, really.
yeah,
But then they're worried about the human rights. I mean, the United States has almost always and currently is supporting a bunch of absolute monarchs. It loves supporting dictatorial generals and in supporting coups. It's got disgusting treatment. I mean, it's got more incarcerated people than anyone in the world. Its racism is outrageous, and for them to be sitting there criticizing anybody, and we must defend the human rights of someone else, meaning we're going to go invade your country.
yeah. No, it's just a joke, and I don't know how come all the different journalists that were standing there while he was saying that just didn't burst out laughing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just crazy. I didn't know Pfizer is price gouging with ACT UP. Are they charging a huge amount of money? Exactly. Oh, hi, Michael. How are you, Michael Cooper?
I think
Cuba?
one of the things with Pfizer is that they're not allowing.
Michael's joined the
Oh,
chat.
hi, Michael. How are you?
Yes, exactly.
They're not allowing the patent things. They're not allowing like India to produce Pfizer vaccine,
Yeah.
which is pretty
Oh,
disgusting.
and by the way, Palestinians
They're
are suffering because
they're bombing Gaza again. What?
and Palestinians are being given expired vaccines from Israel intentionally,
Yeah.
which is another wonderful thing, the medical apartheid there amongst everything else.
Yeah.
And, hang on a second. Oh, yes, and around this Juneteenth in the U.S., Nestle and Cargill, these great big giants, Cargill exploits animals. Of course, we're driving that exploitation if we're not vegan. But there's that, and also
Lift the patent.
they're using both Nestle and Cargill have been using child slavery, and they just got out. There was a lawsuit dropped against them, I think. They won the lawsuit against them about their child slavery. So that's a special thing that happened on Juneteenth. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Cargill is an awful, and so is Nestle. And Nestle goes around the world stealing people's water. And as Kamala Harris said about 3
I
weeks
just
ago.
died, Trishy.
What's that?
I just died.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no! How did that happen?
I killed myself.
Yes, and Israel is. Well, they were bombing Gaza, so
Yes.
I don't know if
Still bombing
they're still
Gaza,
bombing
yes.
Gaza.
They just recently been doing more of that.
So anyway, Michael, did you see that about Cargill and Nestle winning that case and not for when they're accused of child slavery? So isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Um, and this sounds very trivial and stuff, but I just noticed they made a vegan Kit Kat. Kit Kats were always one of my favorite things when I was growing up. But this, that kind of puts me right. I don't like Nestle as it is because of all the water stealing and everything else. They also did some awful things, Dee Dee, in the
Well,
a few
they've been doing
decades
awful
ago.
things for ages.
Where they sort of tried to get
Get
lots
peop-
of women to drink
yeah, in
to get.
Africa and Asia, they basically have pushed the idea that their artificial milks, their powdered milk, would make people healthy, and try to discourage people from breastfeeding. And the consequence, of course, is that since their stuff is really expensive, is that people end up not using the not breastfeeding, and then their breast milk dries up, and they can't afford powdered milk formula, and so they water it down, and it's terrible for the children.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's special.
Yeah, and that's been going on for years. That I've been boycotting Nestle's since
Yeah.
the 70s at least. I think probably since the 60s. I don't remember when we started that.
Yeah. Yeah, they're horror stories, some of these
Yeah.
big. But Cargill has those big industrialized, chicken things. Of course, all, animal exploitation is wrong and problematic, but they have a huge kind of a industry, I think, from what I recall. There's probably other animals they exploit too, but anyway, of course they wouldn't be there if we were vegan. But that's something to remember when it comes to these big organizations. I mean, if everybody boycotted most of Nestle's products because of child labor, then they would have to probably seriously think about it. That's the thing,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
We create demand for these products, and it's like Amazon. If we're just going around, if we could get these products that aren't from Amazon, get what we want from other small businesses and stuff, or even just other businesses, then that would really have to make Amazon think about their union busting and they're trying to destroy any attempts to form unions, because they're going out of their way, Amazon, to make sure that people don't join unions and don't get informed about them. And you can find that out on Status Quo. They've done a lot of on the ground reporting about the union busting activities of Amazon, and that's pretty horrific. Going to the extent of it was on Staten Island, going to the extent of actually building not building a huge fence, but building a fence to keep the union people who were trying to inform the public, the workers of Amazon, putting a fence so that people have difficulty getting to those union people. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Isn't that just like
Yeah.
how desperate
How
and
desperate
pathetic
do you
is
have to
that?
be? Yeah.
Yeah.
How corrupt
Yeah.
and evil do you have to be?
I'll
Really.
check that out. Jero says check out
Global Black
the
Girls
Global
take
Black
on the
Girls
Juneteenth.
take on Juneteenth.
Yeah.
So it must be fairly. I think it must be fairly early in the morning. Probably about, what would that be? 7:30 now on the east coast of the U.S.
Michael was saying capitalists love slave labor. Yes. And wage slaves are even better, because then you have no responsibility for them when you when they're ill or anything else. When you don't need them, you can just get rid of them. Hello, you. And you don't have to pay for them. Wage slaves. What? I said wage slaves are almost better than property slaves.
Right. Mm.
Because you don't have to pay for them, and when you don't need them, you can just abandon them.
Yeah.
And they have to pay for their own upkeep.
Mm. We've got some hungry little felines around at the moment, and they
Yes.
just seem to be constantly
Where
eating.
am
It's like it's crazy, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah,
Every winter it's the same thing. They're sort of
little babies.
it's just yeah. Particularly our youngest, Aoife. He, the minute he has something to eat, he just runs around like a little mad thing, doesn't he, Dee Dee?
He does. He does.
Yeah.
Michael says Amazon literally breaks the law in order to prevent their
Is
workers
that
from unionizing.
Jeffrey? Is that nanotech?
Yes.
Are you talking about some sort of a implant? I don't want to
What's
get
that?
into that. I don't think, if you're thinking that Pfizer is implanting people with some sort of a tracking device, I don't think you can fit that into a. I think people get a little Didi.
Yeah.
I think people get a little confused with this mRNA stuff. I think they
Yeah.
don't quite understand what that is.
Oh,
The
and
mRNA.
messenger RNA. That's basically just the DNA makes a copy of a particular gene in the form of messenger RNA, and that works as a template for creating proteins and other things.
Yeah. And somehow I think people think that's some kind of a chip. You know,
And
that
enzymes.
all the sort of the
I don't
kind
know. Do you think so? I think
Yeah.
they're actually talking about, their nanites or something like that, like little nanobots. And
Okay, Jeffrey
That's a
said no. I
tracking
did.
device,
Did I say
nanoparticles,
tracking device?
lipids.
No, nanoparticles,
Yeah.
lipids.
lipids are little fat
Okay.
bits.
Yeah, lipids are fat particles. Okay, that's fine, Jeffrey. I'm just. It's just
No.
I'm not quite sure I
No, no,
understand
no,
if
no.
you're anti-vax and for what reason, and that's all I was
Nanotech,
saying, because there
yeah.
are people who think it's some kind of a chip that's inserted into people, and that, you know what I mean, and
Yeah.
that's the sort of the different narrative I've heard of, in the fear mongering of it.
Yeah.
That's all. Anyway, let's see.
You seek information, Greta?
Global Black Girls. Anyway, what is Global Black Girls, Jera? Are they the Global Black Girls? Is that a podcast group or a comedy group? The only black girl. The Global Black Girls. The Global Black Girls is creating podcasts and videos. Okay. I'll have to look them up on.
718 for Diana. No,
What's
not nanobots. No. Feed the felines. Yes.
Okay, so the Global Black Girls. The Global Black Girl.
I don't know who would deny nanotechnology. I mean,
No.
that's
Why would you, though?
well. There's an awful lot of it going on.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't. Jeffrey, try and calm down now.
What?
I didn't say you were anti-vax. I was asking you if you were anti-vax. That's all, because. Okay,
Trish,
that's all right.
What are you saying to people?
I didn't say he was anti-vax. I was asking him.
I hope not.
No, I asked him if he was anti-vax. I don't know. I usually don't get into these conversations with people because probably I don't want to find out if people are anti-vax. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So sorry if you thought I said you were anti-vax. I'm just not. I just wasn't sure what you were trying to say about the vaccines. That's all, and that's fine. If you whatever you feel about them is whatever you feel about them. So what happens with nanoparticles if they cross the blood-brain barrier, Didi? Didi? Didi?
What?
What happens to nanoparticles if they cross the blood-brain barrier?
Well, it would depend on what kind of a nanoparticle it would be. I mean, there's nanotech, and then nanoparticles are just something that's very small. Nanotechnology are things like the very strange little carbon things that they create, like the carbon tubules and stuff like that.
The what?
They can create little carbon tubules, which
Yeah.
are finer than a hair, but they're hollow, and you can use that in various technological applications. That's not necessarily in the body. They talk about using various nanobots or whatever to do something in terms of health within the body.
Yeah.
I mean, they've talked about that. They're working on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different things people try and do. And it really depends what things they are, and whether it's something that is actually you're creating, or whether you're talking about something that's very small. I mean, lipids are of course just
Hey, Diana.
fat particles. They're just a substance in blood and in cells that are long chain hydrocarbons.
I'm laughing. Somebody says your voice
Hi,
is
Diana.
terrifying.
The what?
Somebody said your voice is terrifying. That's
My voice is terrifying. Oh God, I hope not.
I'm terrified, Didi.
What?
I'm terrified.
Oh, my voice is terrifying. Better shut up.
No. That's a funny
I'm
thing
sorry.
to say.
I've been on all kinds of drugs because of my surgery, and I hope that my
Your voice doesn't sound any
hasn't
different than
scared
it.
anybody.
Anyway, how are you, Diana? Oh, don't stop talking, Didi.
What?
Don't stop talking.
Hi, Diana. I hope
So
my voice
Jared-
isn't terrifying.
No. Didi?
Okay.
What? Oh God, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Jesus. Anyway, she sounds the same to me, White Run Guard. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, but anyway. Looks like somebody had a wide
I find
and
both your
tall
voices
monitor.
melodious. Oh, that's nice. If my voice was half as nice as Trish's, it would be great.
It is nice. And thank you, that's very sweet, Didi. So, sorry, what were we talking about? So have I offended Jeffrey now? He's gone off and he feels offended. Anyway,
I
I'm
hope
sorry,
not.
Jeffrey, if I offended you. I didn't mean to. It's just when people sort of start making comments about vaccines now, I just immediately think it's when they start, talking about stuff. I sort of immediately start to think it's going to go down that road. And I don't feel like having any anti-vaxxer sort of discussions with people. I try to avoid that as much as possible. You know what I'm saying, Dee Dee?
Yeah, yeah.
So anyway,
You-
hopefully he didn't run off.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Be the end of your good reputation at Status Quo.
Jeffrey isn't from Status Quo.
Oh, Jeffrey. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter where he's from.
Yeah.
Anyway, you'll have to get one yourself someday. You're both very well spoken, and you do have a nice voice. I apologize, and I was saying you don't have to see yourself out. White Run Guard, you don't have to see yourself out. It's fine.
What? No.
No, it's fine.
Please don't.
No, it's fine. Please stay. We're all friendly here.
We're all
Although I
friendly
think Jeffrey is
we're
offended
often
now.
silly.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey.
We're often very silly too. So.
Yeah, yeah. Dee Dee's had a number of drugs, and she's she had an operation on her foot recently, so she's kind of on a lot of drugs, and I'm just tired. So but we didn't want to cancel tonight because it's really nice to catch up with people.
It is.
And did anybody see that stupid Jon Stewart on Colbert Report the other day putting out CIA talking points about China and the Wuhan lab thing? You know, I can't believe it. There was a stage just before I knew anything about US politics where I actually was under this delusion that Jon Stewart from The Daily Show and Stephen Colbert, that they were kind of doing what journalists aren't doing. They were kind of exposing stuff. But then I realized after I came across Breaking the Set with Abby Martin in 2013, I'm a latecomer to all of this, I realized that really what they were doing was just protecting the Democratic Party and making fun of the GOP all the time. And it became very clear at the end of The Daily Show, I think, when they wound it up, that I think, was it Colbert? No, Colbert was the one that was fawning all over Obama at one point, and then, of course, you see him many years later doing the same thing. I think he said, "Let me drink you in," or something when he was interviewing Obama, and I thought, God, pass me a bucket. You know what I mean, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And so I just realized that both of them are just shills for the Democratic Party, but they're still doing it, like Jon Stewart, carrying on the late night with Stephen Colbert about the Wuhan virus coming from a lab, and how, of course, it came from a lab. Well, to be honest, I sort of think to myself, so just say it did come from a Chinese lab. Just say, even though there's plenty of evidence that that the virus existed
Why would
in
you
this.
even think that it would?
But there's plenty of evidence that it exists that the virus was in the sewers in Brazil in March of 2019, I think, or was it the sewers of Italy? It was Brazil had it, and it was either November or March 2019.
Yeah.
And there's also another country that had it in the sewers. So that I would imagine, would cancel out the whole Wuhan lab thing. But just say, even if that was the case, right, that it was and it escaped from a lab. If it escaped from a lab and it wasn't some sort of a bioterrorism thing, why on earth? What are people? What they're going to crucify China? China for that, and attack them or something? Use that as an excuse, like a WMD for a war against China.
Yeah.
I mean, really and truly, what is the whole implication behind this Wuhan lab thing? It's just a WMD Iraq narrative.
That China
That's all it
is
is.
evil and it's creating plagues upon the world and all that. But I found it really interesting. There was an ABC, that's the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. It's like the BBC for people in the US. And they had an article about this whole thing. They went and talked to two of the major experts on viruses who were doing most of the research in the labs that check that kind of stuff here in Australia, and talked to them and said, well, what's the story? Do you think it's from the lab? And they said, well, we looked at it when it first came out, and it's extremely likely that it was just transferred from animals. That's how almost all of these viruses go. There was nothing that indicated that it wasn't. This is how things usually happen. They said there was very unlikely, based on any kind of evidence, that it came from a lab. They said, of course, there's some sequences in the virus that you might find in laboratory-created viruses, but those sequences are in almost all viruses.
Yeah.
I mean, they're only short little bits. They said it's nothing enough to be conclusive. It's just something that is actually found in most viruses. And they basically said, no, it's not from the lab.
Yeah.
Except they didn't say that. They said it's extremely unlikely, and it's extremely likely it came from animals, but we can't say for sure that it didn't come from a lab. And basically I got the impression that they didn't believe for a moment it came from a lab, and they believed absolutely that it didn't come from a lab.
Yeah.
But they were afraid to say that because the narrative is now the narrative that Australia and the US and stuff is pushing, is that it came from a lab.
Yeah.
And so politically they weren't able to say that.
Right.
They got as close to saying, no, that's bullshit, as they possibly could. Yeah.
Yeah, well, anyway, I don't know. I think, the fact that people are being drawn into this anyway, on Twitter you see various people, good-meaning people, kind of, humming and hawing about it. Was it, wasn't it? I think it's just all feeding into that. The implication behind this fixation on did it come from a Chinese, not even any questions about, like China mentioned that US soldiers had been going to Wuhan about a month before the virus appeared, right? There was a, did he? Are you there? There's no question of any of that or anything. It's all about China, even though there's facts about, even though there's science has come out of, and way back, I remember reading about that in March or something, or April, about the, the virus being discovered in the sewers in Brazil in November 2019. It's like, how come all of that gets just ignored? And this fixation, which is really so obvious, if anybody knows anything about how the US constantly vilifying whatever country's in the crosshairs, why is it that everybody just goes happily along
it doesn't,
with that narrative?
It's really obvious that it doesn't come out of nowhere, because the United States made a very open decision, the pivot to Asia, to stop kind of focusing on terrorists and start focusing on competitors.
Well, stop focusing on the invention of terrorism. Well, really, because whatever they decide is a terrorist, is a terrorist.
They've always done that. It's just like a terrorist is whoever we say it is. And,
an insurgent,
and that gives us the right to invade your country.
In quotes, what's that?
A terrorist is whoever we say it is.
Yeah.
And that gives us the right to invade your country.
Yeah. So anyway, and the implication behind that, which is never really discussed, is that with that narrative about China, Wuhan, is that they've done something intentionally malicious, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah.
Intentionally malicious to cause a bioterrorism around the world. That is the intention. That's the implication that they never really actually say, because so if it did come from the lab and it was unintentional, how could that be an intentional bioterrorism act?
Except why do you even think it would come from a lab? I mean,
Well,
labs are
no, I'm
careful.
saying what is being put out there, that
Yeah.
it came from a lab, right?
Well, their implication is that it was a bioweapon.
Whose implication? The
The
U.S.
US's implication is it was a
Well,
bioweapon. It
of
was
course, but
created
that's
for
what I
that.
mean. But even if it did, Didi, even if it did come from a lab, and it was unintentional, right?
Yeah.
It leaked.
I wouldn't even go there. I don't think.
Okay, I'm using
Yeah.
you understand, I'm using the U.S. national security narrative about it coming from a lab, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it came from a lab. I'm saying if as they say,
Yeah.
if as they say it did come from a lab,
Sure.
right? And it leaked from a lab,
Yeah.
and it wasn't intentional.
Yeah.
It wasn't intentional. So what's the
Yeah.
big deal?
Yeah.
You know, because look at the
In any case, in the U.S., they've
yes,
had accidents where things have
exactly
come
Lyme
from their
disease.
labs.
That Lyme disease has come out, and I don't know if that was unintentional or intentional, right?
Yeah.
They might have been.
Yeah.
The U.S. is renowned for testing
For
on its
testing
own
on
citizens.
populations. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
who knows? But that's what I'm trying to say is that if it, their whole narrative,
Yeah.
unless it was an intentional thing,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
it was unintentional, so what are you going to do? Invade them
Yeah.
because it was unintentional?
Yeah. I mean, Lyme disease is a good example.
Yes, Lyme disease.
But there's a lot of those kind of things, and of course, the U.S. used to do things like test nerve gas in New Mexico on Indian reservations and kill whole herds of sheep and a number of Native Americans.
Yeah. Look how they tested in the Marshall Islands, putting all those ships around those nuclear explosions, and they put a whole lot of animals on the decks and chain them on the decks so that they'd be exposed to the radiation. Really charming.
Yeah.
As a vegan, that's as appalling as how they used to test. They'd actually put, they tested, they basically put soldiers in front of the Maralinga tests in Australia of nuclear weapons, intentionally testing on people, even though they'd already blown up 2 bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. They knew exactly what those weapons did to people.
Yeah.
They didn't have to. They did it because they could. They wanted to try it out because Japan had already surrendered. So they'd already tested them out on people and basically killed 100,000 people.
Yeah.
But yet they still got to go on testing to their own soldiers, and here they are with all this, how much we love veterans and support the troops and all of this, and meanwhile they're testing nuclear weapons on their own soldiers.
Yeah.
And what happened with the Gulf War, with that Gulf War syndrome? I think they were trying out vaccines on soldiers there, or different, different things. I don't know what. I didn't really look a whole lot into that, but actually, the Empire Files has done a good one on 100 years of testing on soldiers.
Yeah.
Let me see. U.S. soldiers. I'll have a look up and I'll put the link in the chat if you haven't already seen it. Used and betrayed.
Michael says, but guys, the U.S. is wonderful, perfect, and always correct, don't know? Yes, of course. It's the shining city on the hill and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
The Eye of Sauron.
I mean, you've probably seen those the footage from that documentary by John Pilger. He goes into it in great detail in The Coming War on China, the 2016 documentary, and he shows he goes through a whole thing about the Marshall Islands. I never got to finish that.
There was some great stuff that Empire Files did on that too.
Yeah, I'm just posting that in there. Used and betrayed. 100 years of U.S. troops as lab rats. That's the Empire File thing, and I've just posted that in the chat. So check that out. And of course, there's constant experimentation and torture of animals for all sorts of whimsical things, absolutely appalling things that is it's just too awful to think about, really, because it goes on every single day, and every year there's at least 100 million animals are tortured and killed, for a lot of whimsical experiments. And it's not necessary for them to do that, but they do it because they can, because animals are viewed as property, and resources, so they can just use them, and there's no problem with that. And even though they could easily be developing non-animal testing, alternatives to animal testing, but they choose to do it because they can, don't they, Dee?
Yeah.
And that's why we need to be vegan, so that that's one of the many, many different kinds of exploitation that needs to end. And if most people were vegan, we could be saying, well, we reject you using and torturing animals for these experiments, whether they are beneficial for people or not, or they're just whimsical things. We
a lot
reject
of the worst ones are just completely, ridiculous.
Oh yes, a lot of them are ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Like I was listening to a what's his name? Is it David Sinclair, who's a sort of a Harvard scientist who's been doing a lot of research into he's been doing research into sort of intermittent fasting, and how that slows down your aging process. And he was talking about, and they're just kind of talking about, just in general, this is on Whitney Cummings' podcast. Whitney Cummings is a comedian, and they were both talking about, the various things he's been doing, and then they got on to discussions about animal experiments. And he was talking about this one where I'm not going to go into it much because I don't want to traumatize anybody, but I just want to give you an idea of stupid, sort of
yes,
the
John
torturous
Pilger's
experiments.
fabulous.
Pardon?
John Pilger is fabulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they were electrocuting these little mice every time they saw a little cherry tree or a cherry or something.
A blueberry.
No, it wasn't a blueberry. It was some cherry thing. This is Whitney Cummings' podcast.
Oh, yeah.
And so they wanted to see if it was going to be a generational thing, that these mice would be afraid of this cherry or whatever, and would have an aversion to it, and that this would be generational. That's the kind of, and there's much more whimsical than that, right, Didi?
Yeah.
There's much more whimsical experiments than that, and really stupid ones like that. Whatever they can think of, they torture animals for it.
Yeah.
Whatever scientists, there's actually a joke between scientists. What is it? Inject a mouse, pull out a paper or something like that. Something like that. Basically, they don't even count the amount of mice and rats that are killed every year for trivial experiments. There's so many that they don't even count them. So I imagine there's literally hundreds of millions. And they'll say on one hand, why do you experiment on mice? Because they're like us. And then on the other hand, they're people are trying to make out like they're, that's fine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that, scientists only torture and kill hundreds of millions of animals of all species for these experiments because they can get away with it, because animals are viewed as property, and because we're not vegan, we're not a vegan society, and that's why they do it, because they can, and because they're not motivated to find any other ways of doing experiments that don't involve animals, right, Didi?
Yep.
So until they're motivated to find other reasons, other methods, the only way they're going to be motivated is when the public say, I'm sorry, I reject that. But of course the public have to be vegan and realize that eating and wearing and using animals, the most trivial reasons of eating them and eating animal products, we have to reject that first. That's the most trivial reason, and then and then these other things will follow.
Yeah. Tatame says the foundation of medical research of modern medicine has been the forced experimentation on minorities for surgery, medicine, and testing, and then the abuser is given a statue and the victims
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were
Are
just saying
stuffed.
earlier
Yeah.
the how the Tuskegee experiments with
Yeah.
syphilis on black people, and
Yeah.
they also sprayed something over. I think it was some town in California. They actually sprayed something over the residents of that town without their knowledge.
Oh, which was that?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up. But I
Yeah.
remember reading that, and I thought, wow.
Yeah.
And but that and in India, they actually they were testing out what is that, Gardasil, that HPV vaccine on
yeah.
children there, and a few children died. I mean, they use India as a basic testing ground for various, vaccines and stuff. And I'm
Yeah.
sure they're using other countries too without their consent, the civilians in that country. So, yeah, these countries that are not Western countries are just a little testing ground for our BS
Yeah.
and for these big pharma and stuff. So anyway, it's just appalling. But I mean, they don't really care who the hell they test on, really, if they can get away with it.
No.
Do they?
No. No.
So
and
anyway,
they
I did my
use-
little spiel about veganism because that's something I'm very aware of right now. I can imagine there's a gazillion animals, sentient animals, that are being tortured for all these vaccines,
Yeah.
and yet they don't. It doesn't have to be like that, is what I'm trying to say. Isn't that true, Didi? Isn't that
Yeah.
true, Didi? It doesn't have to be like that.
No, it doesn't have to be like that at all.
Yeah. I mean, if we wouldn't be okay with somebody experimenting on our cat whom we live with, or the dog whom we live with, and torturing them in all kinds of awful ways and then killing them, and then cutting them open to see what's happening. If we're not okay with that, then why are we okay with them torturing and killing and cutting
Yeah.
open, etc.?
I mean,
Other sentient animals, and of course they don't just experiment on mice and rats. They experiment on all kinds of animals. That's another thing people don't realize. They experiment on cats and dogs and horses and all kinds of animals. So that's another thing we need to consider. I could
Yeah.
easily pull up the stats for that, and there's thousands of different animals from all those different species that they experiment on. Isn't it true? Isn't that true, Didi?
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway,
And the thing is, like at this point, a lot of research can be done on tissue culture and stuff.
Yeah.
On human tissue culture.
Yeah.
And it gives much better results because if you're doing it on human cell culture, you're at least getting a response on human tissue
Yeah.
instead of other animals and that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you're getting something that's at least somewhat accurate.
Yeah.
And of course, then you don't have to be using animals at all.
No.
Non-human animals, that is.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, what we were saying about just in case for anybody who came late, Israel has been attempting to swap soon to expire COVID-19
monkeys
vaccines
and beagles, what the fuck?
with a future shipment of Pfizer doses earmarked for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. And that's sort of another example of medical apartheid. And this is the amazing thing. I wonder if, these people that are still in the I don't know what's going on, so I'm going to be quiet camp, I realize just something like that, doesn't that tell you everything about the Israeli government's attitude towards Palestinians?
Yeah.
That they don't give an F about them, that they hope that they die.
Yeah. Well, look, anybody who looks at what they've been doing, at their laws and the whole thing, should come to that conclusion that they do give a fuck, but that the fuck that they give is that they want to drive Palestinians out or kill them. They want to eliminate the Palestinian population in that area and have it all for themselves. Excuse me. Yeah.
Anyhow, I'll check out that global black girls thing you're talking about, Jera, when I get a chance. Anyway, you probably gathered that we're vegan, so that's why I wanted to say that about animals in relation to torturing in experiments and stuff, because it's something people don't think about, and we need to think about these things, and there needs to be, it needs to become a vegan planet so we can stop with the violence, the tremendous violence. Anyway, so let's see. But even Jera says, what soulless scum would kill rhesus monkeys or beagles, the sweetest dogs ever? But the thing is, Jera, that it's not just, it's whether they're primates which are like us, who are like us, or
and
beagles.
the ones that we like.
Or, the ones that we fetishize, like beagles and dogs, etc., in general. It doesn't really matter whether they're, dogs or they're mice or they're...
And we love them because we get to know them.
Yeah, that's right. We have a relationship with dogs and cats, generally speaking, so we know it's very clear they're sentient, but the same thing goes for little mice and all the different animals, rats, and all those different animals that they're experimenting on. So it's important that we don't fetishize one particular species just because we happen to have had a relationship with them. We have to, right across the board, reject all those all those sort of species that are used, and all the species that are used for food and clothing and entertainment and other reasons. All those different species we have to reject. They're all sentient, and this includes aquatic animals. They're all sentient, and we have to reject all forms of those exploitation. By becoming vegan, that's the way to reject it. Anyway, yes, and we're animals too, so we need to be in solidarity with other sentient animals. They're earthlings too. And we're getting more into more surveillance is happening here in Australia, with the expanding of state surveillance, organised crime, and they're sort of basically bringing in some controversial proposed legislation. It's the Surveillance Legislation Amendment Identify and Disrupt Bill 2020. So they're basically wanting to. They already spy on us through metadata, but of course I don't believe that it's not full-on surveillance anyway. What do you think, Didi? But they want to be able to, without any warrant. This is like what's happening in the United States. Without any warrant, go in and take control of people's computers, modify, delete, all the kind of fun things that one expects from the United States. They want to do that here, but we already think they probably are already doing stuff like that here. Don't you think, Didi?
Yeah.
So anyway, we're getting more and more fascistic over here in Australia because they can. Because they can, and because we don't have much of there's two major parties. We do have preferential voting, so there are more than two, but the major parties are becoming more like one another, just like in the US. It's just one big party in the US.
Basically, the Labour Party here is kind of useless because they have abandoned the Labour principles, and they have accepted capitalism completely. And once you've done that, what can you do? They're neo-libs instead of neo-cons.
Yeah.
Which means that they're a little bit better on, they're not so homophobic or transphobic or quite so racist or anything like that. although the stuff that they've done with asylum seekers here is just horrible. And they've done just as bad stuff as the conservatives have done. The conservatives here are called the Liberals, in typical ironic naming of parties.
Oh yeah, I saw that about in the UK. They're bringing in some anti-protesting laws where they can basically you can be put away for if you deface a statue. You know, like how they threw that slavery statue, Didi.
Yeah.
You know how they threw that slaveholder statue into the river. Well, if you did that now, you'd probably get 10 years for it.
Yeah.
There's some other things about it. Let's see. Gathering together if they decide that you're being a nuisance or whatever. There's all these sort of things that could be interpreted broadly, and you can be put in prison for it or whatever.
Yeah.
Really, really bad anti-protesting laws are coming in or have come in. I don't know, have they come in yet, Michael? Yes, exactly. Some soon protesters will be declared terrorists, and they're doing the same with the domestic laws in the United States, where they've brought in things that could be basically domestic terrorism laws, where they say they're targeted at white supremacists and far right sort of hate group type people, but could easily be used on the left, of course, and that's the whole intention. Anyone who's going to interfere with the capitalist class, the 1%, the oligarchy, the billionaires, and anything like that, they're going to consider it domestic terrorism. That's what that is. So it's all getting quite fascistic, and it's closing in, and it's all closing in at the same time. They all compare notes, Australia, the UK, the US, and they all just close it in, don't they, Didi?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Capitalism.
Exactly.
And these people in power will do whatever
Michael
they
says
can to hold on to their power.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They'll do whatever they can to hold on to their power, and they'll do whatever they can to maintain power. And they think that the thing to do as the ecology collapses and we're heading into real fascist territory, if they can control the most resources, that they will win in some way. And and I think they think maybe if they have enough money, they can fit out their bunker and survive in some way. But I think, shit.
Hey, Jera, can you see that link I posted with the on Periscope on Twitter? Oh no, did you just get killed by the thing?
Got killed.
Oh no, what happened? You weren't paying attention.
Well, I just managed to fly halfway across.
Oh no, and you forgot to save it. Did you forget to save it?
I was flying, but I had 27 cliff racers after me.
Oh no.
And I think I landed to say the prayer on this thing, and the cliff racers got me.
Oh, well, that's what you get for saying
and now
prayers on a cliff.
I'm going to have to go back, unfortunately.
Oh, no. So
a long way.
You didn't save it. You didn't.
Yes, I haven't been saving very well.
Oh no.
Oh. Hell.
Oh well.
That's what happens when you're talking instead
and
of.
And I still can't believe we have Scott Morrison as a prime minister either. It's sort of Didi and I felt like I was going to have a panic attack the night that he got put into that job. I thought, didn't we, Diddy? We
Yeah.
actually all the polls, and never trust a poll, but all the polls were saying that it was probably going to be, and we're not Labor fans either, but it's better than that, Nutter. I'm sorry, but and all the
Yeah.
polls were saying that Labor was probably going to get in, and then Scott Morrison swooped in, and I thought I was going to have a panic attack. We were so
Yeah.
shocked. I'm never going to trust a poll again. You know,
He's
neither of us are
he's
Labor
an
supporters. But
evangelical. What is
yeah,
he?
he's a rapture
He's a
believing
Pentecostal.
evangelical
Yeah.
who thinks that God is sort of in control of everything, and that God will, he's a bit like George Bush, in that way, that believing that God is sort of showing him the way, kind of
He's
stuff.
worse than George Bush, I think.
What?
I think he's worse than George Bush.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Oh, why is that?
Well, he belongs to one of those real
Hillsong.
Hillsong, yeah. The Pentecostals, and yeah, he believes that the environment really doesn't matter, and the Pentecostals are also very into, if you're good, God makes you rich, and if you're rich, that means God has decided you're good.
Oh, yeah.
And this sort of thing.
Right.
And so it's like a real capitalist version of kind of fascist Christianity.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Oh, so that's what he thinks, I see. Yeah.
And he's absolutely, like, if he had his ability to actually do it, which he doesn't, because Australia is actually pretty liberal still. I mean, liberal in a good sense.
Yeah.
About homophobia and reproductive rights and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Most people in Australia are not homophobic, and most people are not crazy Christians. And I'm not saying all Christians are crazy, but there's certainly the ones that push restrictive ideas. And he's one of the ones who does, but there's an awful lot of people in Australia who are still pretty supportive of diversity.
Yeah.
Don't you think, Trish?
I think so, although I'm a little bit out of touch.
I don't know how they can keep voting for him. Yeah, it makes me worried.
Yeah.
There's certainly a level of racism in Australia.
I was worried that there was some electoral fraud going on, because the polls were so off, weren't they, Didi?
Yeah.
Except that we have paper ballots here, and we have scrutineers that go in, and we have quite good oversight, don't we?
Yeah.
So I don't think it was electoral fraud, but I'll never believe a poll again after what happened. It was crazy, wasn't it, Didi?
Yeah, it was disgusting.
Yeah, really, really. Prosperity gospel, is that what it's called, Holly?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Michael, rapture believer, yikes, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yes, so he's fine.
And that's kind of anti-Semitic, that whole rapture thing too. Because isn't that where they're happy with all the Jews dying, and then all the Christians can float up to heaven? Isn't that what it is?
Well, I think it's most people can die. And
most people.
Yeah.
But isn't that part, the whole thing of it is
I
to
don't know
basically...
if it's specifically anti-Jewish.
I thought it was, because the whole idea was... it's not about like the whole thing is.
It's if you're saved.
Yeah, I thought there was some
But I think
anti-Semitism
if
there.
to be saved, you have to believe in Jesus just the right way.
You have to what?
Believe in Jesus just the right way.
Poor
it's
Jesus.
like, no, the Calvinists aren't any good. No, those Methodists, they're no good. It's the.
I bet Jesus wished he was never born, with all the crap that's gone on in his name.
Yeah.
Anyway. That'd be... Yes, the rich will eventually prey on one another.
I think the rich, like, if they think
Chris.
ultimately they're going to be able to get into their bunkers or whatever. I don't think their children are going to be
Yes.
happy with them. And I also think their guards are going to end up turning on them. Because the guards are going to be the ones with the guns, and at some point when, the economic system collapses, the people with the guns are going to go, well, why should we follow what you say?
Tatami was saying the prosperity gospel is as stupid as it gets in an economic system that creates an impoverished class on purpose. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just, yeah. Who's that name of that guy? He's really wealthy.
I don't know.
Joel Osteen or something. Joel Osteen in the United States. And when they had that terrible flood in Houston, and they wanted to use his huge sort of a church, kind of thing. It's huge kind of, how they have those massive arenas. And they wanted to use that for the people that were displaced because of the flooding, Didi.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they wanted, the public wanted to be able to use his huge auditorium.
Yeah.
He didn't want to. This is, Joel Osteen, I think that's his name.
I don't know who that is.
The evangelical. He's got probably hundreds of millions, probably,
Yeah.
of dollars.
Yeah.
He's just one of those, you know what I mean, really, really rich evangelical.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't want to share. He didn't want to share it. The big
stadium.
Yeah, the big stadium.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who those people are, but I think those people are just completely corrupt, most of them.
Yeah, sure. But
Yeah.
I just had to laugh,
Yeah.
when push comes to shove.
Yeah.
They don't, it's not, they don't want to do what Jesus would do, right?
Diana says Austin, and Holly said yes, Austin. He said no.
Yeah.
And
Oh, and I found out today, I'm pretty sure I read this correctly, that the interior minister for Bennett's government in Israel is Ayelet Shaked, who is a real horror story.
Oh, she's the one who's absolutely, openly genocidal.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are kind of openly genocidal, but she's kind of... I'll just read one quote from the new interior minister for Bennett's cabinet in Israel. This is what she said. Quote, "They have to die and their houses should be demolished so that they cannot bear any more terrorists. Are all our enemies and their blood should be on our hands. This also applies to the mothers of the dead terrorists," end quote. That's Ayelet Shaked, the new interior minister in Bennett's cabinet. So she's special.
Yeah, she's very special.
I think she referred to Palestinians as vermin at one point. Something to that effect. It wasn't the word vermin, but it was something similar to that. So anyway,
I think they refer to them as the people of Al-Kemelech or something like that, which is a thing from the Bible where God was being openly genocidal and told them to kill not only all the people but all of their animals and stuff like that.
Yeah, she thinks that children, Palestinian children, are little terrorists. Oh, that's right. She referred to them as snakes. That's right. Not that I haven't. I like snakes, but I mean this is a species thing, and referred to Palestinian children as snakes. Did he?
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's special.
She's charming. No, she's been openly genocidal. She said,
And I don't know how anybody, can not think that they're a genocidal government, and it doesn't matter, and they just get more and more so. When they have people like that.
Yeah.
And this is hilarious too. She actually, when she was trying to start her own party 2 or 3 years ago, was it 2 or 3 years ago? And they didn't get in. They failed, and she actually put out this ad for her party. And it was so bad. It was so bizarre. Like she was sort of floating around like she was in a perfume commercial. And then right at the end of it, she said, "What was it? Fascism, not democracy, or something." Hang on, let me see if I can.
Democracy is fascism.
Democracy is fascism.
Democracy.
Hold on, let me have a
Something
look.
like that.
I mean, it was almost like something out of comics, comedians, like SNL or something. Hang on, let me just see if I can find it, and I'll post it. It's really amazing. I did a video on it at one point. That's a nice name, though, isn't it? Ayelet Shaked. Okay, so fascism. Ayelet fascism. That's right, something like fascism feels like democracy to me. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Here we go. I'll post it. You should have a look at it. It's so funny and just amazing.
Yes.
Oh, it's all in. No, this is all
amazingly bad.
This is all in Hebrew, though. So you can't really see the subtitles. Hang on a second. Do the subtitles come up? I might be able to find one that's actually got. Oh yeah, this is one I think that has English subtitles. So I'll post that. Are we having trouble with... hang on a sec. No, that's no good. I'll see if I can... anyway, I'll see if I can find one that has English subtitles. And it's just hilarious. And this is how openly... Anyway, I'll post this, and you can look it up if you're not already familiar with it. Here we go. Yeah, something like fascism smells like democracy to me. That's how it ends with this interior minister, the new interior minister Ayelet Shaked. It's very funny and sort of scary at the same time. Ginny's got little scary faces there.
I'm sorry to everybody if I'm not as chatty as I normally am. I'm a little bit out of it.
Yeah, she's drugged up on... they gave her some really heavy-duty opioids. So Dee Dee's a little bit drugged up. So Tatame's diary says, they know they are genocidal, but part of the con is gaslighting you over what is happening in front of your face. Adds to the helplessness, stress, and emotional exhaustion. Yeah. And they just did something recently in Israel. This is what they do. Every so often, you'll see some, particularly straight after all this genocidal massacre of Palestinians in Gaza, suddenly you'll see some outlet would put out something like, Israel has just done this, so it's some sort of a wokey kind of a thing. Like they like to kind of make out they're incredibly gay friendly in Israel. There are also lots and lots of vegan options and vegan restaurants in Israel, therefore they're really, really progressive, and they like to do all this pink washing and
very tolerant
and vegan washing, I don't know what you call that. Very tolerant and all of that, and they keep putting out this sort of narrative about themselves, and people think, oh look, Israel's so gay friendly and yada 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 yada, and really meanwhile they're conducting a genocide there. So that's always There was just something recently, I forget what it was, but there was another thing put out about them, like, oh, Israel did this, and how amazing is that, How progressive are they? Let's see. So, Ginny, are you just hanging out are you hanging out relaxing while you're listening to this? Or are you laying in bed and listening to it right now? Can anybody tell me if on Twitter, on Faint Signals from Vega on Twitter, that's at Vegan Trove Extra, can you see the live stream of the chat? There is a live stream on Twitter, but I don't really know. I don't know if I don't know if people can see it. I think they probably can. But if anybody wants to just go and have a look, or I'll put the link in the chat if somebody wouldn't mind just checking it out. I'd appreciate that. Excuse me. How you going, Didi?
Pretty good. Pretty
Are
good.
you? Are you going
I've
okay?
Managed to get to Ghost Gate and do the little prayer at the shrine there.
What's that?
I've managed to get to Ghost Gate and do the little prayer at the shrine there.
Oh, okay.
Which is good.
Right.
Oh.
Oh, well, there's one viewer on Twitter, and that's probably somebody who's gone to have a look to see if they can see it.
Yeah. It might
So
be
anyway.
you. Oh, Holly says, yes, I've killed a lot of Arabs in my life. I have no problems with that. Yes, Naftali Bennett is just
he's
another
special.
gem. And Jared says, yes, I see it. Chris says, I just woke up. And
Can you imagine, Didi? I mean, our government is racist here, and there's racism here. But can you imagine one of our politicians saying, "I've killed a lot of I've killed a lot of Aboriginals in my life, and I have no problem with that." Can you imagine the rest of the world going, "Oh, thumbs up"? You know?
Or,
well said.
He's all right.
Yes, he's all right.
A little bit on the conservative side.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like they can, it's like everybody just pretends like, these people haven't said that, and even if, and it's totally fine that they say that. It's like Palestinians have are in a completely different class to even the most oppressed. They're like at the bottom of the barrel, where it's like you can say anything. That those politicians can say anything about them whatsoever, and it just goes unnoticed.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, people look at Australia's disgusting policies on asylum seekers, where we just put them on offshore islands in effectively a different country, and leave them there for the rest of their life because they tried to come to Australia.
Oh, you mean the
seeking
detention?
Asylum.
Yeah.
I mean, for God's sake.
Oh yeah, and there's this family from Billawheeler.
And you know about that? They've recently, I think, let them off of Christmas Island.
What, the Billawheeler family? That's because the young daughter was sick in hospital. She got pneumonia in the detention camp, and then they didn't treat it properly, and then she ended up in the hospital.
This is also, like this detention camp on Christmas Island. They actually were saying, it's just completely inhumane to leave these children, including children who've been born on these islands where they're in a permanent prison camp. This is the asylum seekers. That, it's wrong to leave these children there with no medical care or anything. And so they said, oh yes, well, we'll let them come for medical care. And how much did Morrison spend? He spent like, how many million was it to set up Christmas Island?
How many? Oh, well, it cost
Millions.
and it cost millions to keep this family.
And yeah, well, I was just
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
they set up this thing on this island. This is
Yeah.
another island off of WA, and they set it up and said, "Well, we'll let the children who are ill off of these islands where they're in prison." And send them to this other island, and spent millions of dollars
Yeah.
fixing up this island,
Yeah.
and then decided that they wouldn't do that after all. And so they've had nobody on this island, but there's all these guards there now,
Yeah.
and they're spending millions of dollars just maintaining this prison island.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there was this family who've been living quite happily in this small town.
Yeah.
And all of the people in this small town, they said, "Well, your visa's expired. You're out of here. We're going to put you in one of these prisons."
Yeah.
And the people in the town said, "No, these people are contributors to the community.
Yeah.
We like them. They're
Yeah.
really nice. Just leave them alone.
Yeah.
The whole community is behind them."
Yeah.
And the government said, "No, stuff this. They have to go off to an island and live for the rest of their life because they came by boat."
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, they were asylum seekers. They were in a situation where they were going to be killed if they went home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, it's just disgusting. And so they've had this one family. It's a husband, wife, and 2 children. And they've been in this camp with like 27 guards.
Yeah.
And spending millions of dollars to keep this camp going
Yeah.
for this one family, to imprison them. And it's such an insanity. Yeah.
Yes. And Labour, the Labour government is kind of, the Labour Party is kind of just fine with all of that too.
Yeah.
You don't see much pushback from them. In fact, they helped create that situation, didn't they, Didi?
Yeah. Yeah, the Labour Party was just fine with that.
Yeah. Anyway, Didi, I can't see. We're not on Facebook, are we?
I have no idea.
I don't think so. I can't see it.
Yeah.
We had a bit of a problem with Facebook.
Yeah.
God, I hate Facebook. Does anybody hate Facebook as much as me? Probably. Yes, Biden is a proud Zionist, Michael. Yeah. He also said if we didn't have Israel, we'd have to create one.
Yeah.
So that's special. Anyway, we'll have to sort that out about Facebook, but Ay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, this is where Didi. This is another thing that Ayelet Shaked, the Interior Minister for Bennett's cabinet, said. Quote, "Behind every terrorist stands dozens of men and women without whom he could not engage in terrorism." I don't know who she's talking about here, but right at the end she says, they should go, as should the physical homes in which they raise the snakes. Otherwise, more little snakes will be raised there. End quote. That's snakes are the Palestinian children.
Yeah.
That's
behind
who
every terrorist stands dozens of men and women without
that?
whom they couldn't engage in terrorism. That means basically that all of the Palestinians are terrorists.
Oh, yeah.
Terrorists.
Yeah. Even the little children, they pop out of the womb with their little AK-50. They can't even have weapons anyway.
No.
You know what I mean? They have no way in Gaza anyway of getting, weapons.
Rocks.
Rocks, yeah. They throw rocks. That's the big threat. Rock throwing. But you're not allowed to do that. You've got to just let them genocide you out of existence. You're not allowed to throw rocks. Oh, well, you're lucky, Jera. I'm on Facebook because there's a number of journalists on there, and I like to...
Yeah,
that's
I
one
won't
of
go
the
on
few
Facebook.
ways I can kind of keep track of them. Sometimes they post on Twitter, but oftentimes they post stuff on Facebook, so that's why I'm there. If they weren't there, I wouldn't be there.
I'm like that, Trishi, aren't I?
Yeah.
I won't go on Facebook.
Yeah, I have this sort of thing where I only go there to sort of see what a few journalists say, and I have a couple of pages that are political pages. One is a group, and the other one is a page. The Naked Empire is the page, and the group is Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt. And I post stuff on there, and people seem to enjoy the postings on there, don't they, Didi?
The which?
The postings on Days of Destruction, Days of Revolt. That's a group.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I continue
Yeah.
on with that, and if that hooks
It's
people
a bit
into
of a
various
clearinghouse
journalists.
of information.
What's that?
Bit of a clearinghouse of information.
Yeah, and the same with the Naked Empire thing. Actually, I should. Yeah, so both those. That's a couple of groups, and I also have a group called Vegans for Non-Violence, but I don't really know if many people see anything. I have another page. I've mentioned this before. I have another page, that Live Vegan, which has 58,000 people on it. But when you post anything on it, you're lucky if 5 people see anything.
Yeah.
So that's kind of like what
That's
you
it.
might say is a complete write-off.
What does God need a starship? What God would condone vilifying the others? Yeah. Yes, Facebook is awful. Well, it depends what... I mean, this is one reason I don't like using the word God, I think. Even though I have a bit of a spiritual sense, I wouldn't use the word God because there's so much association with men and some notion that there is some big old guy in a white robe somewhere or other, and other ridiculous sort of stuff. And I think, yeah, I think it's, the whole notions of God, and particularly when they're these tribal gods that,
Hey, Kim. Oh, okay. Don't worry, Kim. Kim said, "Hi, hello everyone. I'm going to be quiet. Apologies in advance, but I have to ask, how is Dee Dee doing after surgery? I think I need something about a surgery in a live chat replay this week." Oh, yes. Yes, Dee Dee just had a minor sort of
Oh, yeah.
surgery on her ankle, but they had to cut it open, and now it's all kind of swollen, and it's very, very sore, and she's really drugged up on heavy duty.
I'm not really drugged up. I'm only a little drugged up.
I don't know. People would consider that a pretty heavy painkiller. What
What's
you take,
that?
without naming the painkiller, people would consider that a very heavy-duty painkiller.
Oh, yeah. But I find one of the things with painkillers generally is when you've actually got a fair bit of pain, it doesn't do anything nice for you. Yeah.
No, no, exactly.
It's not like you get high or anything like that.
When you're addressing a pain issue, yeah. So anyway, that's what's happening, Kim. So if we don't hear from you after that, we know you're there somewhere. So it's lovely to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, really drugged up. That's probably not the way to to
Yeah,
say
I'm not really
it.
drugged up.
She sounds quite compos mentis. If
Yes.
she's really drugged up, she'd probably be
No.
slurring and carrying on,
Yeah.
and we'd have a really wackadoo live stream.
Yeah.
Hey?
And we're not having a really wackadoo live stream.
Well, we're what?
We're not having a really wackadoo live stream.
No, no. Well, briefly, it looked like I'd insulted Jeffrey, but then I think he realized I wasn't trying to insult him. I didn't know about Dee Dee's surgery. I hope you heal quickly and feel better soon, Dee Dee, Ginny said.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I hope.
Well,
I
I
feel
said
better
I was
soon,
going
too.
to, while she was having trouble walking around, which she is, I was going to try and poke her in the back and maybe try and tip her over.
Yes. Yes, because that's the kind of
or
person fish is.
basically wave food in front of her face and say, "Come and get it."
Yeah. Find some way to torment me.
Yes, yes. Find some way to torment you while I have the opportunity. Hi, Sophie Ann Bear. So Sophie Ann Bear said, "Do you use mods?" And hi, how are you today? Do we use well? Dee Dee's usually the mod, but she's actually the one playing the game,
Yes.
and I'm kind of useless and just, I don't. I guess I can actually. Obviously, I could mod too, couldn't I?
Yes, you could.
On this thing.
Well, especially.
This is my channel, and Dee Dee's actually, but Dee Dee's the one playing the game, and
Yes.
we usually do live streams
I've
together.
logged in as Trishy.
What's that?
I've logged in as you.
Yes, Dee Dee's logged in as me, we usually do these live chats together. So anyway, nice to meet you, Sufyan Bear. Okay, so Michael said the question is if you are using a modded version of Morrowind.
No, I'm using Open Morrowind. And yes, I do have some mods in here.
I see. Is that what she meant?
What?
About the mods thing. I see.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying, Sufyan.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, Dee Dee, you were actually designing a mod, weren't you?
I used to do a lot of mods for Morrowind. Yeah, at
Yeah,
one point.
yeah.
But that was years and years ago.
Yeah.
I enjoyed modding.
Yeah.
I think right now I'm using better bodies and some appearance improvement things, but not many mods.
What was that thing we were looking at recently? Was it Open University and they had but Dee Dee hasn't gotten around to it. I'm not sure if you're that into it really. You have to learn the computer programs first before you can actually design your own game.
Yeah.
And I think Dee Dee would be great at that, but I don't know if she has the time and probably not so much the inclination to learn the computer. She's smart enough to be able to do that very easily, but I don't know if you'd be actually interested in that. Hey, Dee Dee.
I'm not all that interested in that. I think designing a game, I think I might be more interested in writing a game than designing a game.
So what, hi Swift, so what would that, when you say writing instead of designing, do you mean like writing the plot?
Because, well, there's a lot of...
Oh look, Michael's still got the original Morrowind CDs somewhere.
Oh,
we have them too, don't we, Dee Dee?
Too.
Yeah, Dee Dee got them in 2003.
I actually have, I think, the original Arena, and the very early Elder Scrolls things.
Yes, yes.
I've always enjoyed Elder Scrolls, although I have to say this is probably my favorite game of the lot.
Yeah. This is one of the easier ones when you're chatting. You can, sort of
Things
do that
aren't
and
just trying to kill you all the time, and
yeah.
you can wander around and do stuff.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stop flying.
So one of our
that
little
I can
cats
sneak
who,
a little bit.
when we adopted him, we mentioned him before, Swifty, his name is, and we call him Swifty because he's really fast on his feet and he's got really, really fast little paws when you play with him. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
He's the fastest paws. And anyway, but Swifty, when we adopted him when he was 11 and a half, and that was, so he's now almost 17. And when we adopted him, he was very, very skinny. Like, it looked like somebody had just forgotten to feed him. Really skinny. And then he became obsessed with food after we adopted him. And unfortunately, because we have a multi-cat household, it was really hard to keep an eye on him not hoovering up everybody's food. And so he put on, and he's sort of now he's a very large cat. Like and it's been one of those things where we decided to just not try and continually see if we can put him on a diet, because he's just not happy. He is a Didi. So
No.
anyway, we knew that he was eventually going to get diabetes probably or something like that. And sure enough, recently, like when we came back from Queensland, and he started drinking a lot of water, and I thought, hello, he's either got chronic renal failure because he's almost 17, or he's got diabetes because he's obese. And it turned out he has diabetes. So anyway, he's not very tolerant of anybody fiddling with his ears for the blood tests. You know, you have to stick a little kind of a pin in to get some blood so you can test his blood and see what give him some insulin. So he's not into that. So we're doing urine tests to test for glucose, but we are giving him insulin twice a day, a very low dose, and we have to see a vet this coming week to see if where we're at with the insulin and stuff. But anyway, we're doing this fly by the seat of your pants kind of, aren't we, Dee Dee, with the insulin? We're having to kind of do weekly urine tests at the moment and just be very conservative with the insulin dose.
Yeah.
But anyway, poor Swift. It was just a matter of time, really, before he got diabetes. So Michael said Morrowind was my first Elder Scrolls game, and Sufyan Bear said, did you play Oblivion and Skyrim? And Kim said, I had an obese cat who actually gained 1.2 pounds on veterinary diet food a few years ago. It was extremely discouraging. Yeah, it's just Swifty. It's just, I mean, I've never met a cat so obsessed with food, and I don't blame him because he was so skinny when we got him. The vet thought that he had cancer. That's how skinny he was, and so he's obviously, whoever had him before we adopted him wasn't really paying attention to him, and he was kind of maltreated in a way.
Yeah.
And so he's absolutely obsessed. You know, almost every waking hour he's thinking about food. He's not as bad now as he was when we first got him, though. Hey, Didi.
No.
And it's almost impossible to keep an eye on him when he hoovers up somebody else's food.
My sneaking in this game is not very good at the moment.
It's not?
No, I've had some great stuff to steal, but I wasn't very good at sneaking. And I keep getting caught. As far as Oblivion and Skyrim, yes, I've played those games, and I've done online Elder Scrolls Online too, which I don't enjoy multiplayer online games because it's just kill all the time. There's just things wanting to kill you, and you have to defend yourself, and it gets kind of boring as far as I'm concerned, even though the graphics are great. I didn't enjoy Skyrim that much, and for the same reason as I didn't enjoy Oblivion as much as I liked Morrowind. I like the games that they don't tell you where to go and what to do. They leave it very much open to you, and you often have to find things by asking people instead of having a little cursor at the top that says kind of go here, and it gets bigger as you're going for whatever quest, and it just sort of leads you on. And those things aren't so interesting. I like kind of stumbling around and finding out things by myself. Does the bucket on head trick work in Open Morrowind? Which is the bucket on head trick? I'm not sure what that is.
The bucket on head trick. I think with Restream, Didi, you have to actually, when you put in the title, you have to make it the title that you want the live chat to be. Because I noticed that if you share it, it won't share the name that I've actually changed it to now.
Yeah.
So that's something we must remember for next time. Anyway, the restreaming, at least it worked.
Yeah.
Which is well done. Thank you for being a techno whiz.
Yeah. Yeah. We're trying to set up something that will allow Trish to start doing interviews again.
Yeah.
She did some wonderful interviews in the past. And
Dee Dee's a fan.
she's done interviews.
Anyway, yeah, maybe one day if I'm lucky I might get to do some interviews.
Put Rebecca on the NBC.
Mind you, I have to say some of the people that that I love interviewing are very, very difficult to get to to contact. You know, so I don't know. But anyway, you never know your luck in a big city.
That's my line.
Anyway, our little, is it your line? Never know
Yeah.
luck in a big city.
You never know your luck in a big city.
I thought that was a joke. You didn't make that up.
I didn't make it up. I say it a lot, though.
Oh, you do? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So anyway, something that happened recently that sounds very trivial, but we haven't quite got a normal oven in our house. We've got a little portable oven that's about a foot and a bit wide and about 10 inches deep or something.
Yeah.
Is that? Would you say
tiny.
that, Didi?
Yeah.
And anyway,
And it's
we've
been
had
really
it.
good. We've been able to make
We've had it for like
bread and stuff like that.
we've had it since like 2008. It's like we've had it like 12 years, 13
I've
years.
been doing sourdough bread and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
and I cooked vegan cakes in it and stuff. Anyway, it just gave up the ghost just recently, so we have no oven, and so we're going to. We don't have time at the moment to install this oven we actually have that's a normal oven, so we're just going to go and get another. And it was like $99, and it lasted us for
Ages.
13 years, and we cooked so many different things in it. And
Yeah.
I don't know about you, if you ever have this experience, but I get very attached to objects, you know, like I get attached to cars, and it's really hard to part with them eventually when you have to. Or different things like appliances like that. It's kind of feels sad to end up having to take it down to the tip, you know, to the dump.
Yeah.
I don't know if other people have that sort of thing with you know, sort of functional objects and stuff. But and can someone explain to me what it is about Joe Rogan and everybody kind of needing to apologize for him or defend him or whatever? Like Glenn Greenwald is on Twitter today sort of pointing out how Crystal Ball had been saying that the left, you know, spent a lot of time focusing on the problems with Joe Rogan and that the right celebrate Joe Rogan when he makes right-wing talking points, but the left will criticize Joe Rogan when he makes right-wing talking points. And she was sort of chastising people on the left. I mean, and of course the left, that word is sort of bandied about and can include corporate Democrats and all kinds of things. This is the unfortunate thing about using the term the left. But anyway, I'm no fan of Joe Rogan at all. He's transphobic, he's misogynist, he's anti-feminist. There's a whole bunch of things, and his opinions change depending on who he's interviewing. And so I don't know how Crystal Ball can kind of stick up for him and say, look, see how he was saying all these different lefty type things, and he only had like 2 or 3 problematic things, you know, right-wing type things. And I was thinking to myself, do you ever watch Joe Rogan and notice how when he's sitting in front of people, depending on who he's sitting in front of, he tends to kind of, his opinions are like shifting sands depending on who he's sitting in front of. I mean, why do people keep feeling the need to be defending him? I mean, is it because he's very wealthy now, and
I agree, Kim.
and there's so many millions and millions and millions of people watch him? I don't know why. Like, I mean, truly and really, what is this sort of obsession with him that people feel the need, like Glenn Greenwald feels the need to stick up for him all the time, and
Glenn
Crystal
Greenwald's
Ball.
gone so far off the rails, though.
Yes, he's gone
And the
right
people
off.
he sticks up for are just
He says a lot of weird shit now, kind of the
Yeah.
same sort of stuff that the Rising used to do, and now they're called breaking points, where they're trying to conflate the right and the left as if they've got a lot in common, and really, when what the far right want is not the same as what the left want. They have different outcomes. They have different sort of solutions to everything. We may share some similar kinds of things, like wanting Medicare for all and that kind of thing. I'm talking now in terms of US citizens, right? But their ultimate outcome doesn't include anybody from the left. In fact, they would want to kill the left, people on the real left, wouldn't they, Didi?
Yeah.
So, that's where it begins and ends with maybe a few of those commonalities, but the end results of the right, what their solutions are in the end, does not include people on the left, people of color, black people, etc. So anyway, I just don't understand this constant sort of feeling like apologizing for him and making excuses for him, and
Tucker Carlson's the other one.
yeah, Tucker Carlson, yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, really.
He's awful.
He's awful, yeah. Anyway, that's just my little whinge about, because it's just like, can we stop with with Joe Rogan,
Mm.
And we were joking recently, Didi and I were saying, it's a little bit like, in movies and TV shows and stuff, where you get there'll be a man in a TV show, and they're usually grumpy all the time, and they show the slightest bit of humanity, and then everybody's praising them and saying, aren't you fantastic? And you know what I mean? It's like, and with Joe Rogan, it's like he says one thing that might sound a little bit left, and everybody's just kind of carrying on about him.
Yeah.
Or when he decided he was going to back Bernie Sanders in the election, everybody's doing a happy dance and talking about him and stuff, and I'm thinking, God, it's so sad where we are now.
Yeah.
Where we've got people who are so wishy-washy in their opinions, and also they're often just pushing out right-wing talking points like Joe Rogan, and everybody's holding them up as somebody to value their opinions. I mean,
Yeah.
where are we, Didi?
Yeah, I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, it's no wonder we're coming to the end of our species, really.
Yeah.
If this is where we are now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's kind of frightening, really.
I mean, the level of misogyny on that show, and the transphobia, and oh God, it's
Yeah.
just awful. I couldn't bear it. I started watching him for a while, and then I just couldn't stand it. And then the comment section, I don't know what it's like now, but the comment section was a horror story on YouTube. There was all these misogynist, and homophobic. I remember one time, I think he was talking about, what's the name of that woman? Hannah Gadsby, that comedian.
Ah, yes.
And talking about her Nanette thing or whatever that show she was doing. And the homophobia in the comment section, oh my God. And the misogyny. It was endless.
In which thing was that?
In Joe Rogan mentioned Hannah Gadsby. And
yeah.
of course he doesn't like her or whatever.
Of course not.
And the comment section was just a sewer of misogyny and homophobia. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
He's like a real lightning rod for sort of between incels and far righters and stuff like that.
Mm.
Anyway. Oh, Michael Cooper says, Michael says, I have no idea if Joe Rogan even has an opinion. He says all sorts of stuff on all sorts of topics. Yeah. I've just noticed he just, depending on who he's talking to, he goes that way. Like if he's talking to somebody who's a bit lefty, he'll sound sort of quite lefty. If he's talking to someone,
to Ben Shapiro, then he's
he's
all
sort
in
of,
for Ben's ideas.
Yeah, I don't mean he's totally on board with everything each person says, but but he sort of tends to become more lefty depending on if he's talking to somebody who's a lefty kind of person, and then he becomes more. I mean, he tried to drag Edward Snowden into his transphobia, and Edward Snowden said, "Is this the hill you want to die on?" But he was doing his best, and I think he was really disappointed when Edward Snowden wouldn't get on board with what he was saying. But like, it's basically, when it was basically Joe Rogan manages to bring transphobia into as many different conversations as he can. It's like, it's almost like that's
one of his more consistent.
Yeah, he'll try and slip that in there wherever he can, and test the waters. And he was paddling up the wrong stream with that one with Edward Snowden. Excuse me.
You all right?
Yeah. No, I was just turning off my phone because it's running down. Hey, Dan. Dan, I will give figure international time correctly. Oh. Let's see. And feel free to hit the like button and all that, that stuff that YouTube wants you to do, and doesn't make any difference. Doesn't make any difference if you're talking about anti-imperialism. You're kind of pretty much non-existent. So it's 10:52 p.m. on Sunday, the 20th of June. Michael.
And in just a little bit, or tomorrow is the solstice.
Yes, Dee Dee's a fan of the solstice.
I love cosmic holidays, astronomical holidays.
Yeah.
The solstices and equinoxes. They're objective holidays.
What's that?
Objective holidays. They have something to do with something real.
Hey, Michael, did you hear that Jackie Luckman? I don't know if you know Jackie Luckman. She's been doing things, podcasty things, their own podcast, Luckman Nation, and then there was the Black Power Media and Black Alliance for Peace and stuff. And her husband died recently, which I only found out today. And I was just wondering if you knew if he'd had long-term illness or if it was sudden. Anyway, it's very very sad. And I hope she's doing okay. Oh yeah, the domestic. Just seeing your. I think it's. I'm just seeing Diana's. Diana's comment in the Twitter about Biden's domestic terrorism.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Michael doesn't know who that is. Oh, wow. What's that little animal?
What? That's a slaughterfish.
A slaughterfish?
Yes.
Wow, look at those teeth.
Yes. They will kill you pretty fast.
We were just, was it, we weren't talking on the live stream about hippopotamuses, were we, Dee Dee?
I don't know. Were we talking about hippos?
I saw this video on Twitter of this hippopotamus. And, they're like, probably the most dangerous animal in Africa or whatever.
Yeah.
And this hippopotamus, these people were in this boat. Fortunately, it had a motor, and in the distance there was three little heads of these hippopotamuses. And then you notice, as this person's filming, one of the little heads goes underwater, And it seemed like it was a way away, and literally within seconds, the hippopotamus is doing like dolphin action, kind of up and down like a dolphin, coming after their boat. It was incredible, wasn't it, Dee Dee? And he was going really fast. I mean, they
Really
can
fast.
they can run at like 25 miles an hour. So you'd be a goner if they ran after you on land. I mean, that's really fast, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
But this video was absolutely incredible. It was literally sort of swimming like a dolphin after this boat.
Michael says Juneteenth's about abolishing slavery. Why do you have a holiday for something you haven't done? Well, I think it's actually something a lot of black people have celebrated as at least a step along the way. That chattel slavery was being legally eliminated anyway. But
was Michael being funny there with the?
Oh yes,
you were
yes,
being with the pokey tongue and stuff.
But
yes.
What did I? There was something I was thinking about in relation to that, and I don't remember what it was anymore.
And oh, sorry, I was just going to say something. Just one more thing about hippos. Sorry, that's getting sidetracked. But I was just going to say I didn't realize that hippos had their fangs are like a foot long or something. I mean, they'd skewer you if they bit you. Is it a foot long or over a foot long, Dee Dee?
Yeah, they're really big.
Really, really big.
Yeah.
Well, we're all benefiting off the whole country, the US, benefited greatly from, they prospered because of slavery. So everybody is benefiting off that slavery even today. I mean, they built the US on the backs of slaves, didn't they, Diddy? Black. Yeah. Has Tatan, what's her name again? Tatamia? Has she gone?
Who's that?
Tatama's diary, I think. Has she gone?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, anyway, that's an amazing thing about hippos. I didn't realize that they could swim so fast, as well as how fast they could run on land. I remember seeing one of those quote-unquote wildlife people way back from observing these hippos. And at the time I didn't realize how dangerous they were, but I thought, wow, they're a long way away from them. And now I understand why, because it would take no time before would have been able to run up, and attack them. Are you there, Didi?
Yeah, yes.
How are you going?
I'm going pretty good.
Are you faring okay?
Yes. I'm feeling okay, except I was just...
Didi has to talk and play a game at the same time.
I was just water walking.
That's it. Tatami.
And then my potion didn't last very long, and now I'm swimming, and the slaughterfish are going to try and kill me. So I've got to get out of here quickly. Oh, come on. Ah!
So has anybody seen anything interesting they'd like to bring up?
Oh, good.
I should look up those anti-protest bills in the UK and see. Oh, geez. Let me see.
I'm just getting to the place where I do my last little religious thing here.
Oh, gosh. Even though we've got the heater on, it still feels kind of cold, doesn't it? I've got both those heaters on.
It does. It feels cold.
It's weird, isn't it? How
it's
cold is
here.
it?
This is winter solstice for us.
Oh.
We basically only get 8 hours.
Oh, okay.
Not quite 8 hours of light.
So it
in
says
a day.
feels like feels like negative 2.6 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's why it feels so nippy.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
we're kind of
probably
wussy
snow.
here. I know there's much colder countries on the planet, but we're not used to kind of. I mean, 0.02. Zero. What am I saying? 2.60 is negative. Degrees Celsius. That's pretty cold for us, isn't it?
It is.
I'm having trouble
Okay.
talking. So it says severe weather week ahead for parts of South Australia. Okay, well.
I think I'm in Balmora.
Anyhow, we've actually done okay for rain so far this year, Dee Dee. It's 400 millimeters to this day, 2021. The average rainfall, Dee Dee, for is 374 millimeters, and total to this day in 2020 was 350. So we're actually pretty. We're actually ahead so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, there's probably too local news for people, but we have water tanks, so we really like it when it rains and fills up the water tanks, because we have a lot of fruit trees. We have
23 degrees for Michael and 24 degrees for Holly.
Oh, okay.
So they're
Celsius.
in hot weather.
Celsius. Did he?
Yeah,
It would be.
I think so.
It would be Celsius, wouldn't it? Oh, okay.
Michael, it would be Celsius for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, I bet you tomorrow morning, Dee Dee, when we look out, there'll be snow on the mountains.
Oh, yeah, probably a heap.
That'll be nice. Yeah. Dan 17 here. So Dan, do you live near the water? Because you sent me some lovely. I still haven't looked at those last couple of videos you sent, but it seemed like you lived near the water and you had a boat. So Michael says yes, 23 degrees Celsius. I remember when I was in Canada. I was in Toronto in the middle of winter, and I got out of the car, and it was like getting into a freezer box. It was really, really like, we don't have that kind of cold here.
Yeah.
So we're kind of wussy with the cold. Although Dee Dee's lived in New Mexico, and you had it really cold there, didn't you?
Yeah,
Dee Dee?
yeah. It would get 30 below zero occasionally.
Yeah, yeah.
And high plateau desert, and of course I've hitched across Canada and stuff, and Calgary was cold.
Oh, you hitched across Canada.
In the middle of winter. Yeah.
I like, I'm just looking up the Guardian's, excuse me, the Guardian's thing about the anti-protest laws. Let me see.
Yes, the domestic terrorism protocols are just horrible. Joe was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's really nuts. It's nuts because
yeah,
they're probably getting ahead of it too.
And at the same time, I read that Texas has just done even more liberal laws about open carry they said you don't need to have any kind of checks or
Mental-
anything like that before you start open
Mental-
carrying
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
And yet they want to put in all these draconian domestic terrorist things.
Yeah.
Who do they think the domestic terrorists are?
Yeah. 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 There was some major fine you could get for these UK terrorist laws, though. It was either it's like $10,000 or $5,000 or something. Some amount of money that's a real financial disincentive. I just can't. Have they actually passed Have they passed these laws yet, or are they intending to pass them? Because they should be able to. I mean, they tried to pass anti-protest laws here, didn't they, Didi?
Yeah.
I don't think they were successful, though, were they?
No, I don't think so.
So I'm wondering if somebody's going to challenge this and, I don't know.
They're just horrible. Let's see.
This bit of propaganda here on The Guardian. The anti-protest bill risks making the UK look like Putin's Russia.
Oh my! Yes, yes.
Everything must be compared to Russia or China, because
there's nothing worse than Russia.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
how can you say something negative about the UK's laws and get a dig in at Russia at the same time?
Yeah.
Why?
Oh no! Alex Jones is trending on Twitter with the hashtag Sandy Hook. He hasn't said anything else about Sandy Hook, has he? Or is this just dragging this up? I don't know why I keep getting these trending things on Twitter. I'm not interested in Alex Jones, but for some reason they think I am.
Because
And
they
they
want to
keep-
push Alex Jones.
Yeah, but
Everybody is interested in him, aren't they? Isn't he just the best?
no, you're from Germany though, hey Michael. It's hard to actually. It's a real fetishization, really, isn't it, in the US with guns? I'm not saying everybody's like that, but it's very odd, and thank goodness we don't have that here in Australia. Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
Because that would be so weird. I mean, I would be freaked out if I walked into a supermarket and saw somebody open carrying a automatic weapon. I mean, oh my God.
Yeah.
And that's just normal there. Like,
Well, it didn't used to be normal.
No, Didi grew up. You grew up until you were about 20 something. No, sorry, you were like 30. And
Yeah.
you left the US when you were 30, right?
Well, I spent a lot of time traveling from about 20.
Right.
But
you never saw, Didi lived in the 50s and 60s and 70s in the US, didn't you?
Yeah.
And Didi,
And living
you
in
never
New
noticed.
Mexico, I mean, a lot of people had guns,
Yeah.
but there wasn't a lot of people doing open carrying.
No, and also you sort of said that the whole crazy Christian thing, Christian in quotes,
Yeah.
that wasn't really such a thing then either,
No,
was it?
no. I mean, it was like most people, I think, might have considered themselves Christian, but they didn't believe the Bible literally.
No, yeah.
And they, like they figured, well, yes, this is metaphorical,
Yeah.
God created the world, yeah, but not in 7 days literally or anything like that. I mean, that's just stupid.
Did they have that thing about the the Earth is only 6,000 years old? Was
Well,
that a
no,
thing?
of course not. I mean, people knew better. I mean,
So
people were just not stupid. You know, they just
so
thought,
what happened?
well, the evangelicals and the crazy Christians and all that sort of stuff took their kids out of school and did homeschooling and taught them that everything the Bible said was literally true.
Yeah.
And literally, if you look at how long people were supposed to have lived, and if Adam is the first person and his son lived for such and such many years, the earth is 6,000 years old.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
So that wasn't a common thing that people.
but no.
Yes, and that
That
you
was
have to.
considered like, if you believed that, you were considered profoundly ignorant or
But how is it that that's taken
brain
hold,
damaged
Dee
or
Dee?
something. What?
How do you think that's how do you think that's kind of that sort of has taken hold, that level of stupidity? Is it because of the education system or the extreme poverty in some areas, and that just, you know what I mean? It's like
Partly it's just,
homeschooling.
I don't know.
I don't know.
mean, Christianity took over to such a degree, and
But
they started. Christianity meant, literally believing everything in the Bible.
One day I want to
And
read that book by Chris Hedges about the Christian fascists and stuff and
yeah,
see, because he spent a lot of time. I haven't read that. I've only read stuff in the America the Farewell Tour. He sort of touched on that
yeah,
and the Christian right, and how the only way to really turn that around is for there to be some, to bring them back into sort of bring them back into sort of and integrate them into society again by actually having, equity and equality and stuff, and people have access to good health care and all that kind of thing. That's a way of actually, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Bringing Christian fascists, I don't know if you can, I mean, yeah, but that's one way, of
yeah.
sort of making things where people don't end up on fringes and end up getting, it's like, it's like
Well,
a
I
cult.
think you have to. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, I think people felt that there was some notion of what is actually true, and somehow or other people lost that. I don't know. Yeah, like, I don't understand how anybody could believe that the whole literal truth of the Bible.
Oh, I didn't know, did he? I
What?
didn't know Jera lives in Texas now. I didn't know. I thought, no, it's Diana lives in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Oh, Texas, okay. Wow. And Chris Garrett said, I visited Port Arthur back in 1999 and know anything about
Oh,
its
you have a
significance.
different. Oh,
Was
there's different things.
Hey?
I see Jera saying these are protocols for deciding what is and isn't in guidelines, and I don't see any of that in this.
Oh, you mean in
thing.
the Restream thing?
Yeah, in the Restream chat.
Oh, it's
it
not
doesn't have
showing that.
most of that stuff.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
yeah.
That's no good.
No.
So it doesn't show all of... Have you got... has it got
Let
a
me
live...
see.
Because there's a top chat and a live chat, and I...
No, it just says chat.
Okay.
Holly said, "Oh, why?" That's the last thing it says. Come.
Yeah.
What's the last thing that says there? Go down. Go
It's
down.
OY.
Oh, why? Setting interest. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's showing up. I don't know.
Right. Oh, that's weird.
Restream is weird. And
Okay.
You're getting different chat
As
in
long as you
different
can
places.
as long as you can see it on YouTube, that's good.
Yeah.
And Michael said, imagine getting into some active shooter situation with the intent to use your gun to stop it, and 3 other people have the same thought. How do you figure out who's the bad guy? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's rarely a case, even with all these people that are armed, that anybody you know how they're always saying, well, everybody should be armed because you never know when you have a situation like that. But
Yeah.
more 99, probably 98% of cases, nobody is able to pull a gun on anybody and stop anything.
Yeah.
This is unacceptable.
And you're right. I mean, all these shooters in supermarkets and stuff, who's to know who's the good guy in quotes and whatever.
Yeah.
They've had almost like 2 shootings a day, I think, since this year started in the US. 2 mass shootings. So you don't get to hear. They've decided that mass shootings that are under, say, I don't know, 5 people or something, you don't mention. Or something like that. It was like a number. There's this magic number that you don't mention them.
Oh my.
Anyway, there's been like 220 or something mass shootings since the beginning of this year in the US. And Chris Garrett's mentioning Port Arthur. When was that? Was that 1996? That was when that mass shooting happened.
I don't remember. Something
I think it
like
was
that.
1996. And that's when they changed the gun laws in Australia. And he killed about 35 people, including children, and shot children point blank, and that were hiding behind trees and all sorts of things. It was a real horror story in Port Arthur.
Yeah.
And I forget his name. He looked really angelic looking too, the guy who did it, sort of, kind of wafty blonde hair and, very pretty and stuff. It was a weird thing. The whole thing was really sad and it was really awful. Anyway, this Conservative government we had, John Howard, he actually asked people. He did a buyback program where people put their guns in, and the government bought them back. We haven't really, touch wood, we had one incident, I think, in Sydney, where people were taken hostage in a cafe, in the Lint Cafe in Sydney. But we haven't really had any mass shootings like that since.
No.
We really didn't have any before that, really. It was this one crazy. There might have, I can't remember.
Yeah, I think there may have been 1 or 2 somewhere or other.
Yeah, but it was like, that was probably the worst.
Mostly where somebody's killed their family or something
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
there's plenty of that. Like, there's plenty of domestic violence stuff happening in Australia.
Yeah.
I think there's at least 2 women every week. Was it a woman every week killed?
Yeah, I'm
domestic
talking
violence.
about like a mass shooting where.
No, but where there's many people being shot. I mean, there's
many
regularly
people in the family being shot.
There's regularly, not regularly, but on a fairly regular basis, there'll be whole families killed.
Yeah.
By usually it's a man. It's always a man, unfortunately.
It's always a man. Yeah.
Takes out the whole family because they're depressed.
Yeah.
Because that's what you do. You shorten a baby's life or a toddler's life because you own them, because you're the man of the family, and you get to take them all out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't you love patriarchy? Anyway,
that's right.
So, and yet nobody looks at any of the causes of that kind of thing. They're always looking at the symptoms,
Yeah.
No, well, people do look. Some people look at the causes of it, but basically, most of the symptoms of this world, usually the causes of it are ignored.
Yeah.
Even psychology, they'll prefer to ignore neoliberalism when people aren't coping and feeling suicidal. They just ignore that. Don't look at the umbrella of it all, and everybody's just treating the symptoms all the time. It's like here in Australia with some of these, I've mentioned this before, some groups that help asylum seekers. You won't hear a peep about them, about the wars. Hey, Didi,
No.
and ending the wars.
No. No.
Anyway, so Chris said, when we got there, they gave us a paper asking us not to ask questions to the staff as they were still in the healing period. Oh, I see. And Port Arthur, by the way, is in Tasmania. It's about, I don't know, what is it? It's how far away is it from us? 100 K?
2.5 hours drive.
2 hours drive, yeah. And Jarrah said, okay, there are already anti-protest laws being passed in some states. That's different from the new government protocols for domestic terrorism. They're on Twitter, easy to find. Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, these laws are often made in such broad terms that you can interpret them, and they do that intentionally. You can interpret them so many different ways, and that's exactly why they make it that way. So that then you can sort of go, oh, well, these Black Lives Matter protests, like in England, you can call them a nuisance, and therefore we can prosecute them, or they're interfering with something. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I wonder how that woman, Sasha Johnson, is going. I haven't really looked her up for a while. Yeah, I wonder what's happened to her. I doubt she's going to... She might survive it, but she'll probably be... I mean, she's been in hospital now for almost a month, and I would imagine she could be unconscious and still in hospital. Who knows?
Yeah.
But it's not... the longer you're unconscious, the less likelihood you're... If you survive, you're going to have a lot of deficits, and So Jera says, right now Diana is retweeting like mad about Commander X, who was arrested in California. I have to see if I've heard about that. Commander X? I don't know who that is. I wish we could cook one of those little pies in the oven, Dee Dee.
Yeah, I wish we could.
It's sad. Commander X. Commander X. Anonymous has been very weird. I haven't paid any attention to them for a long time because they were kind of, if they were any good at all, they were kind of hijacked by, because you don't know who's behind it all. And then just recently, even I saw them doing a bit of psyops stuff, almost, government type psyops stuff. So really, the whole anonymous thing, it's sort of been,
yeah.
If ever it was any good, it certainly hasn't been for a long time.
Else.
Yeah, it hasn't been any, good for a long time. So, and Chris says, as ignorant Americans, we had no clue what happened. Our media is so US-centric. And Michael said they need to have enough laws on the book to be able to arrest anyone they want. The empire shall suffer no dissent. Yeah, exactly, Michael. So, Michael, what's
Yes, actually, a policeman said that to me.
What's that?
In the 60s.
What, the empire shall suffer no dissent?
They have enough laws on the books that they can arrest whoever they want.
Oh, yeah.
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 And that was an intentional thing.
Yes, they can, and it's funny, these recent laws that they're trying to pass in Australia, these surveillance laws that are the person who used to be in charge of ASIO, which is like the FBI in Australia, they actually said that there wasn't any necessity for them. This is like somebody who's a surveillance nut, basically saying that the recent laws they want to pass in Australia on surveillance, being able to hack into your computer basically and modify and delete and all that kind of stuff, that sort of doesn't think it's necessary. So that's how ridiculous they are. You know?
Yeah.
Arrested in Mexico. Excuse me. So what's happening with the Morrowind, Dee Dee?
Well, I'm making potions, and I've completed my 7 Graces pilgrimage.
Right.
And I'm making potions now to increase my intelligence. And this is a special little trick one can do. One makes potions that increase the intelligence, and you drink them as you're making them. And as you get more intelligent, the potions get stronger. And and you can end up with these outrageously strong potions. Like these will increase your intelligence by nearly 70 points for 208 seconds. And that allows you to make some pretty strong potions. And you can get them up to the point where the potions will increase your intelligence by 1,000 and stuff. And then you can sell these potions to people for a whole lot of money. You can buy a few little bits like scales and cuttle, and then you can make this these insane potions. Oops. Oops. Yes. Yes. I'll make these first. Well, either the beginning of December or tomorrow. No, June. June. I'm thinking from a different hemisphere. No, yes. Dan says raspberries are finally coming around. Back in the good old days when Star Wars was still mediocre, as opposed to what it is now.
I was surprised to hear that Eunice Wong, I don't know if Eunice Wong likes the card, but that would be really weird.
If she likes Picard.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah.
No, I don't know if she does though. I don't know.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite work it out.
Yeah.
That would be weird.
Yeah.
Where's little guy?
Are you making cups of tea?
I am.
Oh,
Where's
good.
little guy?
I'm not sure. Let's see, I have to sell some potions first. Yeah. Excuse me.
I think our pellet heater is turning off. It's Anyway, that's I've never heard of Commander X. That's interesting. Oh, I'll have to look them up. Oh, hi, little guy. He must have heard me talking. Come here, sweetie. Come here, little one. Well, hi. Hi, Bobby. How are you? Hey, how are you? Did you just wake up? Hey, did you just wake up? Aoife's so funny when he's over 2 years old, but he's still just like a little kitten, isn't he, Didi?
Yes.
He sort of, and he makes these little wildcat sounds. Like, he doesn't really meow. He actually makes
He's
kind
a
of
very sweet little guy.
like little wildcat sounds. And
Yeah.
but he's he's such a kitten. Oh, come here.
Yeah.
Come here, you. I mean, you'll often see his little tail swishing around in front of my face when I'm doing podcasts and stuff. He's just such a little kitten, aren't you? Hey?
He is.
Yeah. Sweet little guy. It's funny when I hear things like this. Apparently, Commander X has 2 dogs, and I think, who's looking after the dogs? You know? Born in 1964. Wow. Is that who Commander X is?
Oh, Chris
Born
is
in
asking where we're from in Australia. Tasmania.
Tasmania, yeah.
We live in the Huon Valley.
So he's actually sort of like, he's actually 56, Commander X. Is that the person? I don't know. Hey?
I don't know who that is. Is that an internet personality?
No. I don't know anything really about them, so I'm sort of, I'll look it up when I get off this live stream and stuff, or tomorrow. Let's see. Oh, okay. So Jera says I have to do things, but if I find out more details, I'll DM you. Bye till next time, all. Okay, Jera.
Okay,
Thanks for
Jera.
dropping by.
Have fun.
Yeah, I was in another room. Dan, I'm trying to make some toast and. Bye, Jera.
I'm buying net leather so that I can go make more intelligence potions.
Sorry, Michael. I was just in another room and making some toast. Now I have a little young cat on my lap, and I don't know if I can get up.
And I can't.
You know how it is? It's like I just think it's wrong when when a little cat comes to sit on your lap. Hey, Aoife.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't
Yes,
just.
it's wrong to disturb little cats.
But I think I'll have to go and fix that up. I don't know, Aoife. I think I have to go and fix up the toast. I'm sorry. Oh, are you going too? Oh, Kim? No? Oh, okay, you're saying goodbye to Kim. Okay, then. Bye, Jera.
Bye, Jera.
Oh,
Have fun.
hi, Jen.
Bye,
Cats
Jen.
are excellent at keeping you where you are. Yes. I just have one cat, like it's a cavalcade of cats, don't I, Dee Dee?
Yes.
Because I sort
are
of
just excellent.
I put my feet up on a I have an unusual way of sitting at my desk. I put my feet up on this what is actually a smaller cat tree, and then and I'll just when one cat leaves, another cat comes and sit on my lap. It's just like if I
She has a steady cavalcade.
Yeah.
Of feline friends.
Yeah. And preferred associates.
Yes.
And yes, the minute I sit down, I look down and there's a little cat in my lap. So have you been lurking, Jen? Unapologetic vegan. And Dan says we took a boat to dinner. They're eating on the deck of an island restaurant, Brown's Harson's Island. An offshore race boat started thunder struck us in sound. Ah, a boat to dinner. That's very fancy. Yes, why do cats like keyboards? Oh, look, there's a really funny Instagram account which does. I'll see if I can find a link to one of the things they. It's really really funny. Let me see. And it said something in this Instagram account about one of the cats who noticed that there was a black pair of jeans on a couch, and a keyboard, but it wasn't being used, so therefore it was useless to, there's no point in sitting on a keyboard that isn't being used, and that kind of thing.
Oh yes.
Let's see if I can find them.
That's a lovely one.
White, maybe it's the White Cat Brothers, yeah. White Cat Brothers. Yeah, here we go. It's like a Dear Diary. Let me see. I'll post a couple of the things in it. It's really funny. Normally I don't like, the whole anthropomorphizing thing of animals, but this is these are actually quite entertaining and aren't sort of demeaning or anything. Yes, like he says, the authorities, dear diary, the authorities have removed the pair of black pants from the couch. There is no longer any place for me to sleep. I have vomited 3 times in protest, but there is no sign that anything will change. My only other hope for the rest is on the computer keyboard, which is nearby, but sadly no one is currently using it. I will wait.
Yes.
And anybody who has lived with a cat knows
that one.
Knows exactly what that means. Anyway, Michael, since I think it was Independent Left News told Jordan Chariton about the video I did about status quo, and Jordan, you probably saw this, but Jordan Chariton mentioned that at the end of his live stream a couple of days ago after he interviewed Nina Turner. Anyway, and then there's been quite a few people have joined this channel, which is nice. Since that, I think it's been about 30 people joined in the last 3 days, which is amazing. That's usually takes like a month, if that. Well, actually, probably more than that now, because I'm getting even less people now. So that was very nice.
Really fabulous.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Steve. But just excuse me for a moment. I'm just gonna get these pieces of toast.
Okay. I'm busy making extreme intelligence potions. These now will increase my intelligence by 100 basically per potion. They will now increase my intelligence by 100 per potion. And this is the way to create absolutely fabulously strong potions. And there are all kinds of things you can do if you do that. You can create extremely strong potions for speed or strength or whatever. And Such a lovely voice in this wilderness. Steve Wolfbrand says, such a lovely voice in this wilderness. Trisha's voice is lovely.
What happened to
The what?
the person that said, I'll see myself out? Why did they go?
I don't know. I don't think they did go, did they?
Yeah, I think they did. Hi, Steve. Just excuse me, I'm going to turn off my mic, although I don't think that makes a lot of difference to eating noises.
A what? Yeah.
I didn't give you a toast, did I, Diddy?
Yes, you did.
Okay, well, I'll eat this and then
But
I'll talk and you...
okay, good. Because I realize that although I'm not actually eating, so it's or talking. I'm just making potions. Hmm. I've got one here. Okay. Are you done? Are you ready to talk? Okay. I'm going to stop playing for a minute so that I can eat.
I just had a look on Twitter, and Lauren Bobart, you know the kind of she's like she's like a young version of Sarah Palin. She said 10 minutes ago, John Kerry was placed into the Biden cabinet without Senate confirmation, yet is privy to some of our nation's confidential information. Should a man who's basically an honorary member of the Iranian government be allowed near our sensitive information? I certainly don't think so. God, she's funny. Oh. I have this theory that Lauren Bobart, for ages now, she's been auditioning to be some
Michael,
lunatic's
yes,
vice president.
Using the game mechanics.
What's that? What's that?
Michael said playing Morrowind the way it's meant to be played, by abusing the game mechanics. Indeed, by creating massively
Oh,
powerful potions
oh
that are
yeah,
insane.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Dee Dee's really good at that. She'll make these outrageous potions, and also she knows where to get all the good weaponry all around Morrowind. What else do you know how to do? But she'd let her character. Eventually, her character would be so powerful that it'd be able to knock off that god Vivek or whatever at the end, wasn't it, Dee Dee?
I can do that with potions.
Yes.
I can do that now at level.
Oh, can you?
I could do that now at level 1.
Have you got that turned on?
I think I can do that now at level 1.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can knock off a god.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So your character
I just
now.
create very, very strong speed and healing potions.
Mm.
I create healing potions that can heal me faster than the things can kill me.
All right.
Mm.
So, Michael, whereabouts are you in? If you don't mind me saying, you don't have to even give the town, but the province in Germany. Where are you? Did I hear you say one day that you were in Cologne, or is that how you say it, Cologne or Köln? I never got to. I went to Berlin, and where else did I go? No, that wasn't. Did I go anywhere else in Germany? I think I only went to Berlin. Really, I didn't really travel around much there. I don't know what Berlin's like now because it's been a long time since I've been there. But when I was there, I often expected Berlin to be grim for some reason, but it was so beautiful and green and really lovely. Yeah. And the Tiergarten was just wonderful. You right there, Bubby? Are you hungry? Hey? I think little guy is hungry. Niedersachsen. Near the Dutch border. Oh, nice, and it's rural. That's lovely. Hi, Andy. Lower Saxony is a German state situated in northwestern Germany. Okay, now I'm going to look up your Niedersachsen. Is that how you say it, Michael? Niedersachsen in Lower Saxony? That looks really pretty. Kallenberger Land, a view from Deister Hill. It's the second largest federal state in the area in northwestern Germany. Hello, you. There it is, Dee Dee. You can see it on the TV. Look, Niedersachsen. Huh? Yeah. Huh. Lower Saxony. Oh, I see. And Michael says I've only been to Berlin twice in my life. Ah. Chris said, I just stepped out to watch those Instagrams. Hilarious, beautiful cats. Yeah, aren't they? I just think that's hilarious. There used to be a cat. There was a cat account for a little tuxedo cat, and they used to do it in French. Then eventually, after a while, they stopped. They kind of ended the account, but he used to sit there and they'd have these sad little stories like that, didn't they, Didi? What was the name of that? Anyway, it was all done in French and with subtitles and stuff.
It was gorgeous. It was
Yeah,
a little
yeah, it was
tuxedo
great. It
cat.
was so funny, and just sort of very dry like that thing with the white cats. God, these guys, they eat so much at the moment. Do your cats eat a lot in winter?
Hello, beautiful.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thanks, Michael, so much for posting that link. And I also want to thank Independent Left News, because they were the ones that brought my video to Jordan's attention. So that was very nice of them to do that. Hey Didi, is there any more food in that little cup for Efi? Or do I need to
No.
get some for him?
But there's food in there.
Oh yeah, there's food in there. Okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yes, Lower Saxony. Yeah. It actually looks.
Oh.
It's actually quite mountainous around there, isn't it, Michael? Excuse me. I don't know whether we'll ever get
out of here ever again.
Yeah, because of COVID. I don't know if we'll ever get to. I wanted to, go to Scotland and Ireland. We wanted to do that, but I don't know if the COVID variant thing is ever going to settle, and whether these vaccinations are going to cover all the different variants. I don't know. So I don't know if we'll ever get to travel again.
See, this is how this works. Did you see what
What's
I've
that?
done?
Hey,
I've
Evie. Hey.
created potions that are so strong that 2 of them cost $690.
Oh, I see.
And
I
I've got
see.
like 40 of them or something. So
Oh, okay. So Michael says, well, it's quite large. We have various landscapes. Overall, it's not very mountainous, though. The mountains are in southern Germany. Chris, I was just wondering where you're from, if you don't mind me asking. The authorities. I like that one. Yeah. Hello, you. What do you want, little guy? Hey? What you want, Bobby? You can't have... You've had enough to eat, I think, yeah? You've had enough to eat. Yeah. Yeah, I was just looking at Twitter and just looking at some of these parts of that domestic terrorism law. And Jen said 3,000 cases of flying rage so far this year, more than the past 10 years combined. I'm going to stay here until people remember how to behave. Really? Flying rage? You mean people going nuts on a plane? Wow.
What?
It's like road rage, but on a plane.
Really?
Wowee.
My God.
That'd be scary, somebody going a bit nuts on a plane.
Yes, really.
Because you've got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I haven't, fortunately, I haven't seen that. What do they do? Are they drunk or are they upset because of bad service, or what's the story? Excuse me. Refusing to wear a mask. Oh my.
Oh no.
What is it? I don't know.
What is this thing about masks?
Yeah, I mean, oh
why
my
is
God.
it so horrible to have to wear a mask?
Yeah.
You know.
What on earth? I mean, it's not like they're asking you to wear a bag over your head, your head or something. It's something to put across. I find this so sad. Do you know what I mean? Like back in the 1918 when they had that, was it 1918? They had that other pandemic. You didn't see people doing a tanty. They were wearing masks back then, weren't they, Didi?
Yeah.
That's hilarious and sad. One tried to open the door mid-flight. Oh my God, really, Jesus. Some even call it the mask of oppression.
The what? The mask of oppression. The evil mask.
That's fantastic. Oh, the mask of oppression, yeah. They should go over and live with the Palestinians for a while and find out what oppression is.
Yeah.
Yes, 1918 they were... there were anti-maskers there too, were they? Oh, okay, because I noticed people seem to be happily wearing masks. In Australia, anyway, they were wearing masks, weren't they, Didi?
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, in Asia, they've been wearing masks for just as a courtesy to other people, so they didn't get the flu from them. That was like a courtesy for Asian people would wear masks, didn't they, Didi?
Yeah.
And yet in the West we do a tanty because we have to put a little bit of cloth on our face or whatever. And I'm no fan of occluding my face with cloth, you know, but still. Anyway. Hang on. I like that, Kim, a lot. The mask of oppression.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Jesus Christ. We really need to come to an end, don't we?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so let's see. Michael said, someone compared wearing a mask to Jews. Oh no, Jews being forced to wear a David's cross. Jesus.
To what?
Jews compared it to Jews being forced to wear a David's cross during the Holocaust. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, right. That was Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's special. I think she and Lauren Bobart were separated at birth. Actually, probably Marjorie Taylor Greene is probably a little bit more wacky. Jen, I honestly think with all the social distancing, people have literally forgotten their manners. I don't know. I think they were suffering badly with bad manners before that, Jen. But I think probably, yeah, it's probably gotten a bit worse. I don't know if you've noticed this. Didi and I have noticed this, and I don't know whether we're getting a distorted perception, but people seem to be. It's more common for people to be uncivil and that, or sort of do really wacky things and behave badly. That's more of a more common than people actually behaving in a civil manner and sort of yeah. And yet, I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's a lot of people we know that don't do that. But when people behave badly, it's not a little bit bad.
It's
It is
disgusting.
absolutely,
It's
astronomically
disgusting.
bad. So, so Michael said, yeah, it might have been her, Holly. The lady is insane. Yeah, she's special. And Holly said, I'll keep my mask collection. Thank you very much. All kinds of colors. Yeah, we have different masks now.
Yeah. Having lots of colors is
Uh,
very nice.
yeah. I was quite paranoid, actually, the thought of us going up to Queensland. I was beforehand, but then I just kind of thought, if I'm going to go up and, you have to, and you take chances to some extent, you just have to hope for the best, really, hey?
Yeah.
There was a while there, though, I was very reluctant to go up to Queensland on the plane. But because, we've had reasonably good handling of this, not through any good
Not through
not
any
through Scott
real
Morrison.
effort of the government.
Yeah, it's been more the
In
state
spite of the
governments.
government more than because of.
Yeah. It's not too bad. It's been pretty good. There's little outbreaks here and there, but it's very well managed. And then Michael said, someone raged at me in some live chat a few weeks ago because I banned him from the Status Quo live chat for being a mask denier. That happened at least half a year earlier. These people really hold a grudge. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just actually shocked that ever became a thing, the whole mask denier thing. I mean, I just sort of wonder where it started,
Yeah,
and
it's kind
was
so
it sort of
ridiculous.
associated with I just sort of, I don't know, I just wonder where that started, and then it started to spread worldwide, and now there's anti-maskers in the UK and all over the place, and I think, Jesus Christ, how did that happen?
Yeah.
People weren't always that stupid, Didi, really. Were they?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why people are that stupid. I mean, it's just it's really
Dan
hard to
says-
understand.
Dan says grown men dress like spoiled children. And American fashion, is an expression of behavior. Did you mean fascism or fashion, Dan? And freedom, yeah. Oh, okay. Jen says, Mum is coming for a visit. Must go. Love to all. Be safe. Okay, Jen. Have a lovely day. Hope you get that job being a vegan education person again. Lovely to see you.
Yeah.
You know who we haven't seen for a while, and that is Carly Nothy Seaton. We haven't seen Carly for a while,
Ah, yeah.
which is kind of sad.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of the whole Andrew Wakefield thing. I haven't really, Dee Dee. I mean, you saw that video of H bomber guy doing that thing, which included Andrew
I
Andrew
think
Wakefield.
that Wakefield thing, I think he's corrupt.
Right?
I
Yeah.
think he's definitely corrupt.
Isn't that sad? I thought he was okay.
Yeah,
That's really sad. He kind of sounded sensible, but anyway.
yeah, yeah.
CT. What's that? Oh, Connecticut. Is that the area you live in, Chris? Okay. And Michael says people hear stuff on the interweb and think, yes, that makes sense, and boom, Dunning-Kruger says hello.
Yeah.
Who's Dunning-Kruger? Did he?
I don't
Do you
know.
know? Who's Dunning-Kruger, Michael? I'm sorry. I'm always going to remember that, Kim, the mask of oppression.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
That's gorgeous. Yeah.
I should get that printed on a mask.
A mask of oppression.
Yeah, get a
I'm
black
wearing it here.
get a black mask with some
Yes.
white printing, the mask
Yes.
of oppression. Okay, I'll look it up. Yeah. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Kim,
What's that?
the mask of oppression.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I saw the funniest thing. I wish I could post the image of it, of this guy who had some kind of he was open carrying, and he had this sort of thing on his side of his jeans.
Yeah.
It was a couple of feet long, and it had 4 different guns all pointing in different directions.
Yeah.
And I think he really could have hurt himself if he was not careful.
Yeah. Yeah. I think there were a couple of automatic pistols and, like
Yeah.
machine pistols. And then
Yes, it was
a couple
ridiculous.
of other pistols. It was insane.
I had to look twice. Then he had a gun in the back of his pants, like tucked down in the back of his pants.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was legal to do that, actually. I mean, you could really do yourself a damage with that. Anyway, he
might have had some sort of holster that fits.
it was
in
nuts. And he was standing there buying something at the counter in a coffee shop or something. It was so ridiculous.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Maybe I'll be able to post the link to the JPEG or something.
Tidings and good wishes.
Oh, okay. The Dunning-Kruger effect explained. A cognitive bias that causes people to overestimate their knowledge or ability, particularly in areas with which they have little to no experience. I know a lot of men that suffer from that. I have to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
I'm being naughty now, but that's was the way it was for a while there. Anyway, let's see. Yeah. I don't know, I was just wondering whether it sort of started a bit with, I guess there's a lot of people don't trust the US government. And then you get Fauci didn't help by, in the beginning, saying you don't need to wear a mask, even though he knew that people should wear a mask. But he admitted later that he'd lied. We didn't say he'd lied, but he admitted later that he said that because he didn't want all these PPEs to be used up so that they could use them for health professionals. But the thing is that he probably caused tens of thousands of deaths from lying about that, didn't he, Didi?
Yeah.
And that's outrageous, really.
Yeah.
And then kind of casually threw it in later on. Oh, no, I lied. I basically know I said that because
I think
there was a shortage
he
of PPEs.
Really, damaged the credibility of the government about the health stuff by saying that and then changing his story. I mean, it's like, you mean you lied to us before? Why should we believe you now?
Exactly, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like when you realize, it's like the whole thing with the AstraZeneca here. I mean, they kind of tell us, oh yes, well, no, AstraZeneca is just as good as Pfizer with the variants.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's not what I've heard.
No.
But
And
I
it
mean,
changes
do you
all the
believe
time.
them? And well, why would you? They're wanting to get rid of AstraZeneca.
Yeah,
and
that's
push
right.
it on to older people.
Yeah. And then they
And
raise
that's-
the age. Why
and
did they
that's
raise
us.
the age?
What?
And then they raise the age to 60 instead of 50.
Yeah.
Why is that? You know, it's just these arbitrary.
Because people are still working up to 60.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and Michael said they don't trust the government, and they say what they want, like UFOs are real. Yeah. I mean, a year or so ago, when
Yeah, but why
When
would
I-
you trust the government?
No.
I mean, we know that they lie all the time.
yeah.
And they'll lie whenever it's convenient or whenever they want you to do something. And it's sort of, why would you believe them?
Yeah.
And the problem is, if you don't believe them, what do you believe?
Well, but the thing too is that because of neoliberalism, you sort of know. I often think when the government sort of suggests something to people, I often think, okay, what's the financial benefit of the government saying that? Like
Yeah.
I don't ever think that they're doing it because of people and caring of people. I think, how are they trying to save money?
Yeah.
Or make
what
money.
advantage are they going to try and
Yeah.
dig out of this?
Yeah, so when they started pushing off AstraZeneca onto people, I thought, even though it didn't seem to be as effective as we're back on vaccines again, but and it had those side effects and stuff. I thought that they just want to get rid of them because they're cheap, and they'd bought a whole bunch of them, and so they wanted to palm them off on the public, and who gives a crap?
And they want
you
to
know?
palm them off on
On
the
old people. And they want to give them to old people because who gives a crap if they die?
Yeah, they're just a drain on the system
Yeah,
anyway.
they're just a drain on the system. So give it to them, and if they die of a clot or a stroke or whatever, who cares?
Yeah.
That's one less person in a nursing home.
One
or
less person getting a pension.
Getting a pension, yeah.
And of course, here where we have decent public health, and we can generally get things for very little money or for free, including both medication and hospital procedures and medical procedures.
Yeah.
Well, old people get more of those, so the more old people you can get rid of, the better.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. So Dee Dee and I have been kind of they want us to take this AstraZeneca, and like I said before, if you have a choice between two vaccines, which we don't, but if you did, if you had a chance of taking one that could possibly cause you a blood clot in your brain, or the other one that doesn't, which would you take? And I refuse to be forced into taking one where, you could get that, even if it's a small percentage. It's not, if it's you, it doesn't matter if it's a small percentage of people that get thrombocytopenia and stuff. If it happens to be you,
Yeah.
and you end up with a major neurological deficit or even worse,
Yeah.
And so anyway, yeah, that's how I look
Yeah,
at it now.
They're only lying when
Unfortunately,
their lips are moving. Yes.
yeah, I look at it now.
That's not true. Sometimes they're lying in print.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So anyway, I think the government here now realizes that a lot of people are saying, I don't want to take AstraZeneca. I want to take a vaccine, but I don't want that.
Yeah,
And so
well,
now
that's the reason that they
Yeah.
increased it to 60.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people were saying, well, if we have a choice of AstraZeneca, if we're being forced to take AstraZeneca, and you might have Pfizer in 6 months, we'll wait half a year.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Huh.
Let's see. What have I done?
Anyway, like a couple of years ago, and when I remember seeing that UFO video, the Tic Tac that kind of flew off, and I immediately thought to myself, here's the government, or here's, the Defense Department trying to set up a narrative I just didn't think, nothing anymore that comes out in corporate media or comes out from, the Defense Department. Nothing of it is some sort of just throwaway. It's all, it's kind of, there's a setup for for something. There's a setup for a particular thing, and sure enough, then now they're talking about UFOs repeatedly, and we better have a space force. We better continue on with this space program because of that. And it's just such. It's just. I mean, they honestly, I don't know. They must think people are absolutely idiotic.
Well, yeah.
To just sort of,
I think so.
Yeah. And and if they're going to start doing this thing of we've got to be afraid of the aliens kind of thing, it just gets.
Of course we should.
So anyway, and Michael says, well, they are not wrong about people being idiotic. Yeah, maybe that's the case, Michael. I wonder if, say if Trump came back in 2024 to run in 2024, which is quite possible.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if the people that were following Q, the QAnon thing, whether that would come back again the way it was. I mean, I don't necessarily think it's gone away, although I don't know if people now sort of think, that was a bit of a, we were being led up the garden path or whatever. But I wonder though if that would happen again, or if it's just now like a movement. It doesn't really matter what happened with Q and all of that. It's just a movement now. You know what I mean? Like it made people coalesce around sort of an idea, but now the idea is not important. It's just that now they're coalesced. You know what I mean? The people that followed Q.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if Trump came back,
would he need Q,
meaning if he was running in 2024, would all those Q people come back, but wouldn't be concerned? They'd still
They
have
wouldn't be
this.
concerned about Q. You're saying?
Yes, the actual
I don't
psyop
know.
or whatever.
I mean, it's sort of like, I think you're right about them coalescing. I mean, once you get kind of the brown shirts happening, you
I'm
kind
sorry.
of got them.
Michael said there are still some Q morons who think Trump will be reinstated in August or something. Oh, Jesus,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah. I heard Biden was, the Catholic Church has decided Biden was, couldn't have, what do you call it? Couldn't have, what's the thing when you, Holy Communion, because he's not anti-abortion.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a whole major Christian group who's decided Trump is their savior. Yeah.
A Christian.
Jesus is the savior, but Trump is our president.
Right.
And this was, I think, in Florida. There's a huge bunch of right-wing political Christians, the ones who want to take over the government.
Yeah.
And they're right behind Trump.
Right.
So there's plenty of crazies, and there's plenty of people out there who are going to resurrect Trump.
Yeah.
In spite of the fact that, God, why would anybody, if they were actually interested in Christianity at all, why would you want Trump?
Yeah.
I mean,
I know.
He's lewd.
Yeah.
He's a liar. He's
he's
a
not.
thief. He's his attitude towards women is disgusting.
Yeah.
Why would you think he would be a good, person for Christians to support?
Yeah.
Because he's a racist?
Yeah, I know.
I don't
It's unfathomable, really. Chris said.
What was the saying?
News is what they
what
don't want you to know.
they don't want you to know.
Anything else is either marketing or propaganda.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Herb says no one ever went broke by underestimating the intelligence of the American public.
Yes.
P.T. Barnum. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yes, Holly said we have K-Hive and Blue Anon. Now, what is the Blue Anon thing again? Yes, the Democrats who kind of are sort of got the same kind of a...
What's that?
that are like QAnon, K-Hive, you know, the Kamala Harris bunch.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. There's something not quite right about Kamala Harris. All that giggling she does all the time, it's really inappropriate. You know what I mean? She's cackling away at all sorts of things, and it's just not, doesn't seem appropriate to me. You know what I mean?
Away.
She does. She cackles a bit, darling. Don't you think? It's really inappropriate. Like when she was laughing about locking up, women who were, their children might have been truants, truants from school or whatever, and laughing about it and thinking that's a great way to get people to do what you want, is to lock up poor people. And she was laughing at that. It just sort of really inappropriate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Dan. I thought you'd gone.
Hi, Diana.
Her whole being is inappropriate. Yeah. Anyway.
I don't know. I mean, it's so weird having Biden stumbling around.
Yeah.
And such a mess, particularly if he's not drugged up to his eyeballs.
He shouldn't be in charge of a shop.
Kamala, he's either being led around by his wife, by the hand,
or Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris is around him all the time.
Yeah.
To make sure that there's somebody with sense.
Yeah. Have you ever seen it?
Ask questions.
Have you ever seen a
vice
president
take that role?
Yeah. Have you ever seen a vice president being ever present almost around a president? I've never seen that. She's like always lurking about somewhere. It's either his wife or Kamala Harris. Like they're both carers. And what was I? And honestly, Joe Biden at this point, like when he was talking about how America, could you imagine? Could you imagine America being involved in sort of meddling in other people's democracies? And this is the way he's saying it. Could you imagine America meddling in other places? I mean, he sounds like he's rolled out of bed and started talking to people before he's had a shower or something.
Yeah.
Seriously, he's mumbling away. He looks like he's just able to get it out. Doesn't anybody? He looks like he needs like somebody to tip a bucket of cold water over him or something. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
And imagine trying to talk to him as a world leader.
Yes, really.
Yeah. I was watching an interview with Putin. This was interesting too, because Putin is pretty. He's pretty sharp, and this awful interviewer from NBC asked him, so Joe Biden, said he looked into your eyes and he said you had no soul. Anyway, so Putin laughed and he said, the interviewer said to him, "Do you remember him saying that?" And he laughed and he sort of said, "No, I actually don't remember him saying that. I think it was like 10 years ago Biden has supposedly said that to him." And he said, "No, I don't." He said, "Maybe my memory isn't very good, but I don't remember him ever saying that." And I actually, after he said that, I sort of thought to myself, I think you'd probably remember that. So probably he didn't say that to him, but he's just to pretend like he's a real tough guy. He tells everybody that that's what he said to Putin. He said, you don't have any soul, you're a killer." And
Yeah.
I thought, yeah, that'd be right. He actually probably made that up, and just to sound like he's some tough guy.
Mm.
So that's what I thought after I heard Putin say that, because I thought he's not likely to forget something like that from at the
No,
time.
from the leader of
Yeah,
the free
well,
world.
he he was
so to
he was a
speak.
vice, did he? He was a vice president then, but you're not likely to forget something that a vice president says to you, like, you have no soul and you're a killer. So I don't believe that he actually ever said that, and I think that was just a big lot of lies so that he thought he could impress the public. But
Yeah.
isn't that sad?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, it is.
And the other thing, what was the other thing? Anyway, it was an
Well,
awful interview.
yeah, the
If you want to
magenta
see a
face.
cringy interview, just watch that one. Just so rude. Oh God, rude, and with all these kind of assumptions in the questions, like, just awful.
Mm.
Anyway, Michael said, Dan said, how cognitive must a figurehead be to actualize policy of violence we witness daily? And Michael said, what was that before or after Creepy Joe was arrested in South Africa? Yeah,
What was that?
I don't know. When he was supposedly arrested in South Africa.
I don't know if
No, that never happened. But I think that's he's joking.
I don't know if Biden is going to last the whole term. I didn't
Sometimes
think so right from the beginning.
I think he's on some really good drugs.
Yeah,
But I don't know how long they're going to work. Like I don't know if they're going to work for 4 years.
yeah.
You know, that's the problem. And Chris said Kamala is a plant for the donor elite. I bet that Biden will step down as sending Kamala to give her a chance in the next election. Probably. Yeah, I thought you were joking, yeah. And Herb said it's more likely that Putin was much too diplomatic to remember it. Yeah, that's possible too. Yeah, that's a possibility. And the interviewer really pushed that, trying to get him to sort of, make some kind of, just, clickbaity, sort of hoping that he'd say something that was really clickbaity. But he sort of said, no, I don't remember that. Yeah, now that could have been just a diplomatic thing, or Joe Biden never said that. I find that an outrageous thing to say to anybody. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, if I'd been Obama and I had heard that he had said that to a president of another country, I might have thought about taking him away from that position, because that is a really effed up thing to say to somebody.
Well, yes.
How are you
I mean,
supposed
it's
to do
deeply
business?
Insulting.
Yeah, how are you supposed to do business with someone after you say that? Anyway. Yes, if it was ever said at all. Yeah. Michael said, I wish some Russian and Chinese journalists would get to Wouldn't that be great? But they will never let that happen. Yeah, wouldn't that be great? Now, that's one thing. I mean, I'm not. That's one thing about when they actually interview Putin. Now, I don't know if they actually. There seems to be literally hundreds of journalists get to have. I think it's once or twice a year they get to ask him questions. Now, I don't know if they filter those people through or if they sort of say, what are you going to ask him? You can only ask him this. I'm not sure what goes on there. But literally, they have hundreds of journalists, and they all kind of, ask him, all of them get to kind of ask him a question. And those question and answer things go on for like 4 hours. Could you imagine sort of Joe Biden or any of those presidents allowing journalists, and any journalists, not just the usual suspects, any journalist sitting around and asking them questions for 4 or 5 hours straight, without a break? It's amazing, don't you think, Didi?
Yeah, I'm amazed at how
I've seen those
much
question
he
and
will
answer things.
communicate to people. And he
Yeah, they
always
do. They do a
seems
lot of communicating.
so
Now,
incredibly sensible.
that he's definitely got problems, just like any government. I'm not saying that he doesn't have problems, but there are things about the way they conduct their like you just would not see that in the US or in Australia. You wouldn't see Scott Morrison sitting around for 4 hours with journalists from everywhere, did he?
Yeah.
Hey, answering questions. You would
No.
he would not allow that.
No.
It would only be the usual suspects, and it would be very short-lived, like 20, 30 minutes, if that.
Yeah.
Hey, and that'd
Yeah.
be it. Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you all right, Dee? Are you hanging in there? Okay.
I'm hanging in there.
Okay.
Barely.
Okay. Barely, are you hanging in
No,
there?
I'm doing
Oh,
okay.
okay. All right then.
I'm-
Oh yeah, Helen Thomas. Yeah.
What?
Helen Thomas. She used to ask uncomfortable questions about
Yeah.
Israel, and
I-
then they
I
called her an
find it
anti-Semitic.
amazing, some of the audacious questions they ask Putin, like just insulting questions journalists ask.
Oh God,
just
yes, they're so
ridiculous.
rude.
Yeah.
They're so rude. Oh yeah, this is another thing that this NBC journalist asked Putin in this interview. He asked him about what was it? No, that's right. Putin started talking about how NATO has come to its borders, its Russian borders, and yet NATO had promised, and the U.S. government had promised Gorbachev that that NATO would never come to its borders, right?
Yeah.
That's what they promised. And the interviewer said, "Oh, but was it written down? Was it written down anywhere?" And then Putin said, "Oh," and he clapped his hands and he said, "Right. You got me. You got me there. Sort of right. Very clever and stuff. He's being sarcastic." And he said, "Yes, we must have these things written down," like as if the U.S. ever honors things that are written down anyway.
Yeah.
Look at the
Yeah.
all the different treaties that they've.
As if you don't write it right, we didn't write it down. Ha ha! We fooled you.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Is that how you do diplomacy?
Yeah. So I mean that
Yeah.
was that stupid journalist,
Just
and he thought he
disgusting.
was being so clever. Oh, it was awful. It's just embarrassing. They should be embarrassed, but they're not. That's how far gone these stenographers are. That's how far gone
Yeah.
this fourth estate is, that they don't even get embarrassed by these awful, ridiculous questions they ask.
Mm.
Honestly, sometimes I think Lavrov, he must just. It must be so hard to keep being civil when you're continually asked rude and uncivil questions and loaded questions and all of that. It must be unbelievably, Didi, it must be
Yeah.
unbelievable. You must be so hard to keep your patience.
Yes.
And yet they do.
I mean, really, but I mean, it's amazing that these people think they can behave that way to somebody who is the leader of one of the major countries on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, say 10 years ago, before all this anti-Russian stuff, right?
yeah,
It wasn't, people weren't like that, but just like they just turn, on a turn like that, on depending on, like just seeing the way things have turned on China and on Russia and stuff. It's sort of like, it's just so disgusting at how, when it's convenient, everybody's like just fine with China, just fine with Russia, and then the next thing the narrative changes and then everybody's vilifying them. I mean, oh my God.
yeah,
It's so frightening. Like, how, like we have a friend who,
well, I mean,
a friend,
it's-
an older
it's like-
friend.
it's like no country is perfect in any sense.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's certainly problems with almost every country.
Yes.
Like things that aren't as good as they could be.
Yeah.
Certainly Russia has issues with homophobia and things like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, countries need to evolve from within
Yeah.
and change from within.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
any of these countries. I mean, whether it's China or but the United States thinks that it doesn't need. It can both threaten anybody else if they think that they're not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Use anything as an excuse, even if they're doing it themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, even if they do it worse themselves.
Yeah.
And that they have nothing to improve on personally.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm a bit incoherent, probably.
That's all right. That's all right. You're all right.
No.
Yes. You're doing very well considering.
I'm doing very well considering that I'm
No, you are.
hopped up on
You made
painkillers.
Yeah. No, you're making perfect sense, I think. Yes, exactly. Michael said America is well known to honor its treaties. Exactly. And I just felt really sad when that reporter said that. Oh, but they didn't write it down. And I thought, oh my God, like you're saying to him, well, it just was really sad because Putin was trying to say that, they promised to not come to Russia's borders, and now they're all around the borders, and
who the hell? I mean, if you're going to bring troops up to somebody's borders and then get upset because they're not because they put troops on within their own borders.
That's right. And then he was complaining.
How ridiculous.
And then Putin was saying, well, we were doing exercises within our own borders. I mean,
sure.
Anyway, it's just silly. Just awful interviewing. And hey, Efi.
Eve is such a sweetie. The cats come and sit on our tables.
Dan said, offered a job. The Invisible Man said, no thank you, I don't see myself doing that. Very good.
Yeah.
So did you say you were from Connecticut, Chris? Connecticut's supposed to be a nice state, isn't it? Like pretty or something. I don't know much about Connecticut.
Yeah.
Except I think that, who was it?
My
Catherine
aunt
Hepburn
used
was
to
from
live
there,
there.
wasn't she? What's that?
I had an aunt who lived there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. In New Haven.
Oh, okay. So where are we now, Dee Dee?
We're in
Hey, Evie.
in Sadrathmora.
Hey, Evie. Come here. Sweet guy. Sweetie little purry guy. Hey, sweetie little purry guy.
We were just gathering some muck sponge.
Yeah, sweetie little purry guy.
I've joined House Telvanni.
The House of Telvanni.
Yeah. That's the mage lords. They live in these sort of giant mushrooms and
Oh, look. He's tucking his little head underneath. Look, did he?
yeah.
Aw. Evie.
Trisha's playing with a cat.
Sweet little Evie. So somebody asked on Twitter, did anyone else have a dream so traumatizing as a kid that you still remember it today? I can't say that I have. Have you, Didi? As a
dream.
kid?
No, I remember being really traumatized though by this movie when I was young, seeing this mirror, this spirit was living in this mirror and it would come out and get people.
Oh, wow.
And,
oh, what was that called? Can you remember?
I don't remember. It was a movie, and I would have seen this probably in the late 50s or early 60s. And I think I was probably about 7 or 8.
Oh, yeah.
And it scared me a lot, and I wouldn't go near a mirror for a long time.
Oh.
I would duck under mirrors when I was in the bathroom and stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
I was.
Oh, wow.
The mirrors frightened me.
Wowee. Oh, Mike Pompeo is leaving some lovely scripture on Twitter. Quote, "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid." John. So isn't that nice that Mike Pompeo is posting scriptures about peace?
Yes. Isn't it interesting that he's decided to become peaceful now?
Yeah.
I wonder when that started.
Oh, I think he was doing that every so often. He's waiting to run for president. He's going to be running for president in 2024.
Pompeo.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
Michael said, I once had a deja vu as a kid and managed to change what was supposed to happen. Since then, we all live in my alternative timeline. You're welcome. Thank you. If you're responsible for this, though, I'm not sure that I approve, unless, of course, things were actually worse, but I find it hard to imagine.
So current time in Germany is 4:42 p.m. Oh, is that right, Michael? Is it 4:42 p.m. in Germany on Sunday? So Diana, what is the story with Commander X? Oh, that's a civil time in the afternoon. I'm really glad you've dropped in on the channel, Michael.
Yes.
I always thought your comments on Status Quo were always very measured and polite and stuff like that. So it's 10:43 a.m. there, Chris, right? 10:43. That's a civilized time too.
I do enjoy a good conversation.
It's so quiet here, Chris, at night time, isn't it, Dee Dee?
What's that?
It's so quiet here
Here,
at night time.
yes. Except for
And
the
even during the
frogs.
day, really, except for the frogs. You can hear the frogs, and that's fantastic.
Yeah.
But like the other night when I did that video, that Status Quo video, if you listen to you can hear the frogs in the background. Could you hear them, Dee Dee?
The frogs.
You could hear the frogs in the background in the video.
That was lovely.
But, it's funny, though. We get so used to the quiet here that when I go into town, it's sort of, there's that kind of drone that happens in cities and stuff, and it's actually quite, it really is a bit disturbing when you hit the city, and you suddenly have all these people running around madly, and then there's this kind of zzz, sort of drone that goes in the background.
I lived in the mountains above the flatlines.
Oh, hang on, Kim has to go to Didi. Okay, Kim says
Okay,
I have
Kim.
to go. Have a good day, night,
Have
everyone.
a lovely,
Thanks for the
lovely
live stream.
time.
Lovely to see you, Kim.
Happy solstice coming up.
I hope it wasn't. I hope we weren't
It's now the 21st, which is the solstice day. It's not actually solstice for another 12, 13 hours, but
Yeah, I hope I wasn't sort of being too mind-numbing in my chatter.
yes, we haven't done very good political chatter tonight. Usually we're better.
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know. You might be better. I'm not sure about me sometimes. Some things I can. Some, like last time, I think I was more coherent than this time when I was making a point.
What's your excuse?
I
know
don't
what
have
my
one.
excuse
I don't
is.
have one except that I was feeling a bit sleepy today. You should see Michael. Oh, Michael's ultra wide screen. I've got envy. How come you know how big Michael's screen is, Chris?
What?
Chris said you should see Michael's ultra wide screen. I've got envy. And I was just wondering how Chris happens to know how big his screen is. So Holly said, Commander X is a hacktivist arrested in Mexico, rendered to California. Excuse me. Hi, little one. Do you want some food? Do you want some food? Hey? Do you want some? Evie. Evie. We'll probably have to, Didi, we might, in about 20 minutes, we might wrap it up. What do you think? In about 20 minutes, we might wrap it up. What do you think? I think we'll probably, in about 20 minutes, we might wrap it up because Didi's, she's probably a bit tired with all the drugs and everything, and I'm a little bit tired just because I am, for some reason. I don't know why.
Yes,
but
because it's after midnight.
Yes, it's after midnight, and
it's nearly 1 in the morning.
I got up pretty early this morning and stuff, or yesterday morning, so and we don't want to wear out our welcome.
Yes. And I need to take some more
Evie.
drugs and knock myself back
Yes,
out.
that's the one. So Chris said he sent me a screenshot in SC Discord. Oh, okay then. Oh, I see. Ah, well, I missed that. I must have a look and see. Let me see if I can go and see it now. So you play games too, do you, Michael? So let's see. Where exactly is that? What part of the Discord is that, Chris? Oh, hang on a sec. I don't know what that is. Anyway, wherever that is. So anyway, if anybody's watching this on Twitch and you sort of want to catch other videos that happen on Faint Signals from Vega, it'd be good if you feel like it subscribing to the channel on YouTube, because we only really will be posting, well, maybe live streams in future on these other different platforms, but all the other content is on YouTube. And yeah, so that's just for for people's
So we
information.
have no idea
Those-
what platforms they will be on anymore.
Yeah, and we so and the conversation really is in the live stream on YouTube. So feel free to subscribe to Faint Signals from Vega on YouTube.
The what?
I was just saying, feel free to subscribe to Faint Signals from Vega on YouTube.
Yes.
Anyway,
That's
well,
Trisha's main channel.
well done on multi-streaming, Didi.
Yeah.
Oh, and Chris said the background music is very soothing.
It is. The Morrowind stuff is very, very soothing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. So where are you now, Didi?
I'm at the Mages Guild in Sadrath Mora.
This is a very relaxing
The what?
game to play, Morrowind, I find.
It is, mostly.
The music is very relaxing, and just the whole thing of it. Yeah, we're not really big fans of the multiplayer stuff because
No.
it's just too chaotic. I'm not, anyway.
Well, there's too many people there, and in order to make it fun for people, they have to have plenty of things to attack, because otherwise some of the people will attack them and then they're all gone and there's nobody to attack. So they have to have somebody who's attacking you every 5 feet. And if
Yeah.
you're not really into that kind of game,
Yeah.
where it's just beating up things and attacking things, then it's just, I don't know, it's just pretty awful.
Yeah.
On the hell around.
See, this is
Isn't that her?
this is the thing about. I'm sorry to just keep bringing up Sagar and Jetty, who used to be in the Rising with Crystal Ball and now is in Breaking Points with Crystal Ball. This is what he said on the 18th. Oh, this is on the 18th. Oh, okay. This is on the 18th of March 2020. He said, the Chinese virus is the new radical Islamic terrorism. That's what he said. And yet people keep sort of trying to make out like he's a lefty. I mean, he's constantly pushing anti-China
How
propaganda.
can anybody think that he's a lefty? I thought he was
Well,
supposed to
but
be
how
the
do-
right-wing kind of fascist.
No, they keep saying he's right-wing, but he believes that the right and the
He's
left
right-wing,
have a
but
lot
he's
in
really
common,
left?
did he?
What?
He says that they keep in the Rising kept on trying to.
I mean, anybody who uses Chinese virus
Yes.
is already, some Trumpian warmongering shit.
But that's what I mean, though.
and then
You know what I heard the other day?
radical Islamic terrorist is old, nasty language for Islamophobia
Sure,
and hating
sure.
on Muslims.
I know, but he's and this is like I watch Crystal Ball's face, right? When he starts spouting off about China,
Yeah.
and she just sits there and lets him go on. She just lets him go on.
Yeah.
And I also have seen him say that he basically was just outing himself as a complete imperialist. I'll have to find that little video I saw.
Yeah.
They were being interviewed, both of them, by someone, and he was sort of saying, that he's basically thinks it's really good that they're going around and sort of doing. He's actually a full-on imperialist, and he's pushing CIA talking points, and yet people keep trying to make out like he's some sort of progressive with the rest of us, with the real left. I'm not talking about the pretend left now.
Yeah.
And I just, I mean, I don't know. What does he have to do? What does he have to do for people to fucking let him go? It's just like with this fucking Joe Rogan. It's the same bullshit.
I didn't think he was even supposed to be, a leftist in any way. I thought he was supposed to be the right wing.
They bring him around with them. He's included in discussions as if he is the left, simply because he says that the right and the left have a lot in common and we should all be getting together. There are things that the right and the left have in common, but that's where it ends with those few things. We have different end points.
Yeah.
The right has an end point which is not about anything to do with the left.
Yeah.
In fact, they'd like to knock the left off.
Yeah.
This is the far right.
Yeah.
And they don't include people of color, black people, etc. They do not include them in that. So no, we don't have things in common really, because the ultimate thing is fucked. It's in the way they want things to end.
Yeah.
Right? So, but Sagaran Getty keeps, and so does Crystal Ball, keep pushing this idea that we're all together in this, and the right and the left are we have more in common than anything else.
Yeah.
No, we don't really.
Yeah.
No, I don't think white supremacy is a good thing. That's for starters.
Yeah.
I don't think that any of those people that are the far righters, you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous, that whole idea of trying to. It's a way of watering down the left, and it also makes it that you keep throwing in these imperialist talking points all the time, and you eventually infect and normalize that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's that's going on, and I feel like that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, it kind of drives me a bit spare how they keep talking about him as if he is part of the left, even though, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyhow. Oh, that's good, Chris. Chris says we won't let our son play first-person shooter games. That's just recruiting for the military, yeah. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm getting a little uncomfortable.
Oh, are you? Okay, well, we'll wrap it up in a little bit, yeah?
Yeah.
So, that's cool. Crystal once called Antifa useless asshole. Oh, no. During an interview with Andy frigging no. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but I often look at her face when he's spouting off with that CIA talking points.
Yeah.
And I think, and she's just sitting there and she's not kind of not pushing back at all, and I think, what are you doing? And what are you doing with him?
Yeah.
I keep thinking that. What are you doing with him?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
No.
And I it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know why she's doing it. I don't know why she's so buddies with him. I don't know why she writes books with him.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what they're doing, but I don't like it. You know?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't. Anyway, and he idolizes Tucker Carlson, a white nationalist, who's putting out rabid things about anti-China stuff and racist and all that kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. It's really messed up.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we should probably go, everybody, because Dee Dee's she's still recovering from surgery on her foot, and she's kind of loaded up on pain pills and and she's a mess.
And I'm a mess.
You
That's
should
right.
see her. So anyway,
I can keep going for a little bit.
No,
I can fly off to.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe a few minutes, and then we should go. Yeah.
What?
maybe a few minutes, and then we should go. I mean, we either go or we don't, Didi. So it's up to you, really.
I'm okay for a minute or two anyway.
Okay, all right.
You can keep talking.
Oh yeah, Michael. That's true. Like Michael said, I wouldn't be surprised if Tucker runs for president one day. Yeah, absolutely. I've said that before. He and Eric Prince, both those people, and Tucker Carlson. Apparently, he doesn't have very good ratings in the Republican Party, and I'm not sure why. Because maybe he's just not. Maybe they don't think they can manipulate him enough. I'm not sure. But apparently Trump still has very high ratings in the party as a person who should run. And yet then you hear that a lot of people in the Republican Party hate his guts. So I don't really know. But anyway, Tucker Carlson doesn't have very good approval ratings in the polls in the party for running, which is surprising, because he can string a sentence together probably better than Trump. So he'd be able to fool people probably a lot better than Trump in what he's doing, when he's doing it and stuff. But anyway, Didi.
What? Okay.
Anyhow, we might go now. So thank you so much for dropping by. It's really great. We've been going for 4 hours now, so it's always surprising. I always think to Didi, I always think to myself, I don't know, I'm a bit tired tonight. I don't think we could do this for very long, and then we end up like 4 or 5 hours later. So thank you so much and that just shows that it's always interesting chatting with people and catching up, and I'm sorry if I'm a bit lackluster tonight and sort of a bit higgledy-piggledy with different things.
Yeah.
If that's the word. I've never looked up the origins of that word, higgledy-piggledy.
Higgledy-piggledy. I don't know.
I hope it isn't racist.
Yeah. Well,
you know how sometimes you've heard sayings and you don't use them for ages, and then you say it and then you think, gosh, I should really look that up and make sure it's not some racist thing or something. Anyway, so thanks so much, and
Okay.
we'll thank you
Thanks,
for everybody
Michael.
who's
Thanks,
joined
Holly.
recently.
Thanks, everyone.
And
Thanks,
I hope,
Chris, Diana,
I hope
Dan.
I hope we see you again, Chris, and whoever else might be lurking. And thanks, Holly, Michael, Diana,
Good
Chris,
wishes to all the
Dan,
people who were here before and are now gone.
yeah, to Ginny,
Kim,
Diana,
and Jera,
and Jera, Herb,
and I'll
and,
wait to cut it off for a
and
couple
Kim.
of minutes after we stop talking,
Yeah.
so that it doesn't cut off.
Yes, often people. Oh, and Jen. Jen is probably gone already,
And
I
Jenny, yeah.
think. Jen and Ginny, yep. Okay, then. So thanks so much for watching. And
Thank you so much, everybody.
And we love you. And Tatami, lovely to send Chris. Thank you so much, and much love. And have a lovely day. And keep safe until we talk again. Well, hopefully we'll do another one in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much love. Bye for now, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks so much for coming.
Bye. Huh? Oh, good. Yeah.